something in his eyes. There's a storm within, but it's written in the skies. Let it break me till it's over. Don't let it shake me, no. Won't let it make me go under. Won't let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me. No one will ever get left behind. A million more before I've tried. Won't let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Let it make me go under. Let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. 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 Nothing's gonna stop me Nothing's gonna stop me now. There's something in his eyes. There's a storm within, but it's written in the skies. Let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Won't let it make me go under. Won't let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me. No one something in these eyes. There's a storm then, but it's written in the sky. Let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Won't let it make me go under. Won't let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me. No one will ever get left behind. A million more before I've tried. Won't let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Let it make me go under. Let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. 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 Nothing's gonna stop me Nothing's gonna stop me Nothing's gonna stop me now. There's something in these eyes. There's a storm then, but it's written in the sky. Let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Won't let it make me go under. Won't let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me something in these eyes. There's a storm within, but it's written in the sky. Let it break me till it's over. Don't let it shake me, no. Won't let it make me go under. Won't let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me. No one will ever get left behind. A million more before I've tried. Won't let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Let it make me go under. Let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. 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 Nothing's gonna stop me Nothing's gonna stop me now. There's something in these eyes. There's a storm within, but it's written in the sky. Let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Won't let it make me go under. Won't let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me. No one will ever get left behind. A million more before I've tried. Won't let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Let it make me go under. Let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. 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 Nothing's gonna stop me Nothing's gonna stop me now. There's something in his eyes. There's a storm within, but it's written in the sky. Let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Won't let it make me go under. Won't let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me. No one will ever get left behind. A million more before I've tried. Won't let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Let it make me go under. Let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. 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 Nothing's gonna stop me Nothing's gonna stop me Nothing's gonna stop me now. There's something in his eyes. There's a storm within, but it's written in the sky. Let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Won't let it make me go under. Won't let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. 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 Nothing's gonna stop me something in his eyes. There's a storm within, but it's written in the sky. Let it break me till it's over. Don't let it shake me, no. Won't let it make me go under. Won't let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me. No one will ever get left behind. A million more before I've tried. Won't let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Let it make me go under. Let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. 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 Nothing's gonna stop me Nothing's gonna stop me now. There's something in his eyes. There's a storm within, but it's written in the sky. Let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Won't let it make me go under. Won't let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly.
be fly. Know that they ride or die. I keep boys by my side. CJ Ike, now I gotta roll with ice. No rush, go on, you dumb. Push and show 'em you dumb. Peace and love turn to peace and gloves. Now you gotta do a run up. Generations caught up. Look how things will switch. People there quick. Now they wanna move out the bits. Boy wanna grow to bitch. Nah. Unless you heard it from me, and you ain't heard it from me. Got it from me. All that energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters.
Child, leaving them beanies alone. Me with a squeeze. I get no feelings involved.
Child, leaving them beanies alone. Me with a squeeze.
I'm getting high.
Trong một lẩu Thái anh ơi.
Play games.
Yo, crank that volume, turn it way up. Get your weapon, get your blade up. Damage, then you gon' pay up. Yo, crank that volume, turn it way up. Get your weapon, get your blade up. Damage, then you gon' pay up.
Yo, crank that volume, turn it way up. Get your weapon, get your blade up. Damage, then you gon' pay up. Play games.
Yo, crank that volume, turn it way up, way up. Put your hands, put your city, put your fans, put your state up.
Play games.
know that they fly, know that they ride or die. I keep boys by my side, CJ Ike, now I gotta roll with ice. No rush, go on, move dumb. Pushing, so I'm move dumb. Peace and love, turn to peace and gloves. Now you gotta do a run up. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move out the bits. Boy wanna drones and bitch, nah. Unless you heard it from me, and you ain't heard it from me. Got it from me, all that energy extra. They always see me with the hitters.
Job, leaving them beanies alone. Me, with a squeeze, I get no feelings involved.
Job, leaving them beanies alone. Me, with a squeeze.
Cho một lẩu Thái anh ơi.
Play games.
Yo, crank that volume, turn it way up. Get your weapon, get your blade out. Damage, then you gon' pay up. Yo, crank that volume, turn it way up. Get your weapon, get your blade out. Damage, then you gon' pay up.
You crank that volume, turn it way up. Get your weapon, get your blade out. Damage, then you gon' pay up.
Play games.
Yo, crank that volume, turn it way up, way up.
Niggas know that they fly, know that they ride or die. I keep boys by my side, CJ Ike, now I gotta roll with ice. No rush, go on, you dumb. Push and show 'em you dumb. Peace and love turn to peace and gloves. Now you gotta do a run up. Generations caught up. Look how things will switch. People they're quick. Now they wanna move out the bits. Boy wanna grow to a bitch. Nah. Unless you heard it from me, and you ain't heard it from me. Got it from me. All that energy extra. They don't wanna see me with the hitters.
Sure, leaving them beaners alone. Me with a squeeze, I get no feelings involved.
Sure, leaving them beaners alone. Me with a squeeze.
I'm getting high.
cho một lậu Thái anh ơi.
Play games.
Yo, crank that volume, turn it way up. Get your weapon, get your blade up. Damage, then you gon' pay up. Yo, crank that volume, turn it way up. Get your weapon, get your blade up. Damage, then you gon' pay up.
Yo, crank that volume, turn it way up. Get your weapon, get your blade up. Damage, then you gon' pay up. Play games.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, survivors of all ages, welcome back, baby. This is the Fire SEA Invitationals with your boys, Mustachio and Husky. And today is gonna be a very, very happy day. Day 3 out of 6. And I think the party is just about to get started.
We've reached the halfway point, and by the end of today, every single team would have played half of their total rounds. That's the most important part. Group B gets to finally take a break. Now we bring back the teams from Group A, and that means we get to see the current world champions in action again.
Absolutely, man. I want to see exactly what Genesis Dogma can do in a lobby where EVOS Phoenix is going to be dancing around, because we all know that the current world champion started off on a sleepy foot. They pretty much slept through 4 rounds, only woke up in the last 2, hit beautiful booyahs in those last 2 rounds, and even with that little bit of effort, launched themselves right up to the leaderboard towards the top. But Genesis Dogma, they brought in the kind of consistency that only First Raiders Eclipse have shown us thus far. And like you said yesterday, Aski, Indonesia has been rocking FFSI.
3 out of 4 teams of Indonesia debuted for the first time on this stage, and 3 out of 4 teams out of Indonesia have been performing consistently in the group stage, and that is impressive. And just to give a little bit of numbers, First Raiders Eclipse got 102 points off of 6 rounds. Genesis Dogma SF got 100 yesterday. EVOS Phoenix off of 2 rounds with 4 mediocre ones got 80 points in day 1. That is the level that we're playing with right now, and we get to see Genesis Dogma SF take on EVOS Phoenix today.
And of course, both the Indonesian teams have got their own records set, right? And First Raiders Eclipse, the record that they set was the most number of points collected within a day, like you just said, 102 points. Genesis Dogma have got the most number of points collected in a single match, being 32 points. Both records could just be broken today. I don't know, but that's exactly what I want to see. But as usual, the map schedule will be exactly the same. We kick things off at Bermuda, hop on into Purgatory for match 2. Game 3, we drop on into Alpine. Next terra will be game 4, and then a quick reset towards Bermuda. And game 6 is exactly what Husky loves the most.
Oh, I love it. I love it when you go to game 6 because we get to spin the wheel and see which out of 4 maps would we be playing on today. We've played on Purgatory, we played on Xterra. You want Bermuda.
Oh yeah.
No one wants Alpine so far. I hope we get to grant your wish today. We go to Bermuda, have 3 Bermuda rounds in a single day because why the hell not? But for Bermuda, so far, we've seen very decent performance out of most of the teams, and even on a bad round, I would say the average points garnered by more than half of the teams playing in today's lobby have been pretty acceptable.
I will have to say absolutely correct. Next terra might just be the hopes and prayers of Magic Esports, because we know that they're the only team that seems to be so proficient at picking up those eliminations as well as the placement points on next terra. But let's get to that information as well as storyline in a little bit. This is the team lineup from Group A who were on a break yesterday. EWOS Phoenix, Team Flash, Farang, Alpha as well as LGDS. Now the shockers from Group A is not even EWOS Phoenix. Sit down, EWOS Phoenix. It's actually LGDS. The team that has struggled on a stage like this for the longest of time, for the past 2 years, finally have started waking up.
They are doing better than Alpha also, right?
Oh yeah.
After day 1, not by a lot, but you can kind of see LGDS starting to warm up the engines a little bit. And for today, the only non-SCA region that we will not be seeing is Vasto Mundo, who was in Group B. And yesterday was the grouping with the least non-SCA teams playing. So now we get to kind of see them back in action and see what LGDS and Alpha Esports have learned about the teams from Group C. Genesis Dogma, SF, GRC Aphrodite, Magic Esports, SBTC Esports, Ego Esports, and Expand. And out of all of these teams, Ego Esports and SBTC Esports, both from Vietnam, they have been struggling a little bit.
The top dogs from Group C, of course, is going to be Genesis Dogma, picking up 100 points in their debut yesterday, as well as Magic Esports with a total of 70. But of course, right beside Magic Esports is also Expand with the exact same number of points. And that's actually quite shocking to see, because from MCPS, the Malaysians have been struggling at a level like this as well in the past, and we have seen some bouts of inconsistency, not just from Expand, but from any team out of MCPS. This time, Expand is the team that's trying to prove that they have broken away from that curse.
And today we get to see both MCPS teams fire up against each other, right? Expand against Farang. And Expand has always been the bane of Farang in very clutch moments. We'll see if Farang can overcome that, because they are currently in the 16th spot on the overall standing. We still have First Raiders Eclipse leading the pack with 160 points. The closest team to them is FW Esports, who have a 17-point deficit. And in third place is Morph Team. Again, Indonesia, top 3, you have 2 of them on the board.
4th, 5th, and 6th, you've got PE Sports, Genesis Dogma, as well as EWOS Phoenix. Now, it might look like, hey, wait a minute, PE Sports, Morph, FW, all doing so much better than EWOS Phoenix? Yes, it's only because all of them are from Group B and they've had 2 days of play. The rest of these guys have only had 1 single day of play. Genesis Dogma, from yesterday alone, they've already beaten what EWOS Phoenix could do within a day. But today, we pit both of them against each other in a single lobby. So this is where all-out chaos is gonna erupt. But I'm just loving the setup already, because this is really making me anticipate exactly what the grand finals is gonna look like. You throw in PE, you throw in FW, you throw in FR, alongside EWOS as well as Genesis Dogma. That's just all-out anarchy.
I feel like we are kind of witnessing a sneak peek of a possible grand finals. And I want to quickly get this out of the way as well, because I don't think we will be talking about it throughout the rest of the day. Vasto Mundo. Last time I'll mention them today because they're not playing, right? Currently, they've played 12 rounds. They're in 10th spot with 69 points. A lot of the teams below them, the 7 teams below them, most of them have not played their 12 rounds. They have 6 more rounds to play today. So that means there's a very good chance to overtake Vasto Mundo on their overall standing. The team in the last place boasting just above 40 points. So it's a very low bar to clear. Obviously, I have my worries. I've expressed them a lot yesterday, and I want to see how today turns out for teams like LGDS, for teams like Alpha.
I mean, you can sneeze and just still manage to overtake Vastomundo. That's the unfortunate situation Vastomundo is in currently. But I'm very sure Luca will be more than capable to pull his team right back up to the top. Let's take a quick look at the head-to-head between EVOS Phoenix and Genesis Dogma SF. When we look at the stats here, the glue wall annihilate is clearly EVOS Phoenix, and this is mostly because of those active as well as passive skills that they do bring into the game. But it is also because they have got that concentrated form of just taking down defenses before going in for the finisher. I think one of the most obvious examples is that final round in day one where Moshi helped out his team member by shutting down one of those glue walls, which just ended up in such a valuable annihilation. And that's the kind of teamwork that EVOS Phoenix is so popular for.
I think on top of that is also the core differences between these two teams. And I say core differences, but there's only one distinct difference. EVOS Phoenix, a bit more aggressive compared to Genesis Dogma, right? You look at a lot of the rounds that GD played yesterday, they were holding compounds, they were trying to third-party people, whereas EVOS Phoenix, they tend to take the first move, and that is why they have more glue walls destroyed on average compared to GD, which I think is what sets them apart. We also gotta look at EVOS Phoenix's Jonah, the captain, who is a man of little words because his throat hurts whenever he speaks against Dels from GD. And the stats so far, I'm very surprised that Dels has 0 rescue. This guy, he plays for himself.
Well, most of the time is because he is, just pushing on forth and sometimes just a little bit too far away from his team members. But that is the kind of formation that has helped Genesis Dogma dominate the whole day of yesterday to get those 100 points. I absolutely love exactly what both of these players bring to the table. And just to add a little bit of salt into the wounds of others, the only reason why Jonah's throat hurts when he speaks is because, he's been on big stages so many times that he's just done talking, man. It's not once, it's not twice, it's multiple times. EVOS Phoenix has gone out there and stomped out people on the international stage.
We see today if GD can be the answer to EVOS Phoenix. If EVOS Phoenix can have 2 rounds where they earn more average points than all 4 rounds combined on day one, well, today's going to be a spectacle for sure. But, you brought up Expand earlier on. That means we got to talk about Expand, the featured player, Axel, one of the strongest snipers from the MCPS region. We talked about how he kind of formulates that character combination. He runs the Maro, he runs Raphael, just all about these long-range fights. And of course, his gun is the AWM. You can see the damage and eliminations. It does tie up with what he's capable of. You put him in the long range, you put him in risky situations that he's willing to take point, sometimes even outside the circle, and it will pay off.
And Axel is not just the annihilator of the squad, but also the information gatherer. And he's just one of those few information gatherers that just plays that long range, right? And you can see this through that Enigma in the awakened form of Moko, as well as the pet that he brings in, Arvon. Arvon gets to detect the number of enemies within a 50-meter radius, and Moko, on the other hand, in her awakened state, not only does she get to mark her enemies that she tags, she marks them for much longer, close to 11 seconds. That's a long time for you to be running around with all the information for the team.
It discourages you from running around because the duration sticks on you for longer, right? We have the top 3 players for today, and the average stats are from the first 2 days of group stage. So now we have a clearer picture of what to expect. You have Kiki from Genesis Dogma SF, you have Bayo from Team Flash, and you have Izagot from Ego Esports. All 3 teams having very decent performance. Obviously, I would say that GD is the most consistent one so far, boasting 100 points after yesterday. But Team Flash, they have been showing up a lot more. They were a lot more active on the map, which is what I love. And Ego Esports, they were off to a rough start yesterday, but they did have a good recovery towards the end, even giving us one of the best highlight moments in that attempt to get a booyah by not doing anything.
Well, you gotta try and you gotta have your strategy to make your way up there one way or the other. I absolutely love how each and every single one of these 3 teams have got different approaches towards that final circle, as well as the attempt towards the booyah. But I really want to see Eagle Esports pick one up for themselves today. I think they've gotten close quite a number of times, but just not able to grasp it. The popular weapons out there, the AC-80, for obvious reasons. Now, in Free Fire, aiming is not your biggest problem, and if you are going to be quick with your fingers and you get 2 consecutive shots on target, you get additional damage out of this sniper. Long range annihilator, close range combat, the AC-80 still delivers, Husking.
Yeah, it is just the Swiss Army knife. You can use it in most situations and it deals considerable amount of damage, have decent armor penetration, and the best part is it is not that hard to find on the map.
Yeah.
It is littered almost everywhere, just like breadcrumbs to a certain extent.
M1014 popular as well, only because it's littered all over the map.
Yep.
One of the more favored close-range combat weapons, very strong stopping power out of the shotgun, but not as strong as the M1887, which has got the longest range in comparison to all of the other shotguns.
And I think the main distinction is just the range, and when it comes to just full-on secrecy combat, right?
Yeah.
If you get the most standard shotgun and you're playing in kind of a mid-range combat, then that would be a better weapon. But we have the team to look out for today as well as we head towards Bermuda. LGDS with 100% top 3 AJ. Can you believe it? I don't think I've seen this stat before, not from LGDS, but we also got to take into account Genesis Dogma SF with 50% top 3 rate, and SBTC Esports who also share the same number.
This is just absolutely insane, right? LGDS with a 100% top 3 rate, whereas this team has once again struggled on the international stage time and time again, and I believe all of that pain has led them to this one moment where they are rising up to the occasion to prove exactly what they have done. And they are not crying over those losses, but they have used all of those losses to learn from and absolutely dominate finally. I want to see a booyah for LGDS today.
If you're confused, this is definitely not from FFISI. It's from their regional league. So just to give context and get that out of the way. But before that, I want to hear what the players have to say about each other. Roast video coming up.
Queremos vencer a Tailândia porque eles são os atuais campeões mundiais.
ไม่พูดเยอะเจ็บคอ
Cakap banyak tak guna, biar keputusan yang berbicara. Jadi kepada tim-tim yang wakil daripada setiap region, hati-hati dengan tim MCPS. #tebus maruah.
ทุกทีมระวังตัวไว้นะครับปีนี้ผมจะมาเอาแชมป์แน่นอนครับ
Kerana terlalu yakin, korang akan kehilangan booyah.
Buat region yang pede banget, beda lawan, beda zaman bos. Indonesia New Era siap juara.
Semua tim sih pengen kita kalahin, soalnya kita pengen juara.
Talvez eu só dizia bom jogo, porque esta vez foi a nossa vez. Na próxima talvez será a deles.
SBTC， 我们默契很好，然后我们对于近战非常有自信。
Mình rất tự tin bởi vì đây là cuộc giao chơi của SE thôi. Vấn đề lớn nhất của tụi mình tại FFSI lần này là nâng cúp làm sao cho nó đẹp.
SBTC 别过于自信了。勾了。
Roro is ready. SBTC better watch out, man.
You gotta start picking on someone, right? SBTC is a good starter for LGDS to go after.
Yes.
And this is the confidence built across 2 years. Again, this roster has not changed for a long time. First time I saw LGDS was not even in an official tournament. It was just a regional show match kind of broadcast. And they made names for themselves.
Yeah. Yeah.
So right now, after 2 years since that incident, it's good to see that they're sticking together and they're slowly showing that result. They're not at the top, but they're slowly getting to the middle of the pack, which I think for LGDS is good.
I am sick and tired of seeing them at the bottom. I think they are sick and tired of being at the bottom as well. But it's not as easy as one would think to rise up towards the middle of the pack or towards the top, right? A lot of effort is required because you're not just going up against some random Free Fire team. You're going against the creme de la creme of Free Fire teams across the world, but in this particular case, in Southeast Asia. And yeah, there are some tough fights out there, man. I mean, we can even see teams like EVOS Phoenix, as much as we try to hype them up, saying that they were falling asleep, not really trying in the first 4 matches, jokes aside, they were trying. And it was just not an easy lobby. It's just that Evox Phoenix is the kind of team that is really the type to put on that effort when the heat is really turned up high.
It's a team that knows how to bounce back strong, and not many teams can do that, right? You have so many examples from domestically, teams like Expand, to sometimes even when you look at First Raiders Eclipse, they too did struggle yesterday in 2 of their major rounds where they almost finished dead last. But Evo's Phoenix is one of the teams that can consistently bounce back. You can give them 0 points in 1 round and they will strike back with 2 consecutive booyahs on 2 vastly different maps.
Yep.
That one, not many teams can do that.
Not many teams at all, and I do agree with you. Even First Raiders, the kind of consistency they brought in day 1, we expected the same out in day 2, but it just wasn't the case. And in that lobby, I wouldn't say that, they didn't match up to First Raiders, but I assume that it would be an easier lobby to dominate as opposed to the one that EVOS was in, right?
That's what we said about Group A overall, right? EVOS Phoenix is going to eat up everyone else, but then you introduce the Group B into the formula, then you have a lot more teams that you need to worry about.
Yeah.
And honestly, out of 17 teams, if you can make it to top 10, that itself is an achievement. 17 of the best teams from not just SEA, but you have MEA, you have EU, you have the region of Taiwan. That is a lot of competition.
Absolutely is. You just need to make sure by the end of 6 days of group stage, you are not in the bottom 5. Because if you are, unfortunately, you get the boot, but you also take away a little bit of money with yourself, right? Because everybody takes something away in the free Fire SEA Invitational.
I mean, to be very fair, right? A lot of these regions, some of these regions only have 1 representative, right? Vietnam, they have 4. We have 4 from Thailand, 4 from Indonesia. So ratio-wise, if you are able to still squeeze through and qualify for the grand finals, I think for regions who have lesser representatives, it is a good step forward. It is a milestone achieved. Even MCPS, we have 2 representatives, and it has always been the case for the past year, but we haven't been able to make a big mark because we never got into the grand finals. This could be our first chance.
This could most definitely be the first chance, but it is all going to depend on whether or not Expand can continue in the current trajectory. They're not doing, overwhelmingly great, but it's more than enough to make it through into the grand finals if they can keep up this sort of a pacing. Farang, on the other hand, is a little bit of a concern.
And that is the interesting part about these 2 teams. We've watched them perform so many times across multiple seasons. Farang is a team that starts off quite slow, but you are always hoping for that 1-2 rounds where they get going, right? Because those explosive rounds somehow always shoots Farang up the leaderboard. Whereas for Expand, they are off to a faster start, and you're worried about them running into roadblocks and completely crumbling. And that's what we've seen so far from the first 6 rounds from both teams. And today we get to put these 2 teams to the test, especially when they get to meet each other for the next 6 rounds.
And of course, we've got a few bottom dwellers in a situation like this as well, and that's mainly being teams like Alpha. And I think, although Alpha really has got that survival capability, we've seen them many a times getting towards that final circle. But the biggest downfall of Alpha is they really rely on survivability, and that's about it. They do not, consciously engage any of the other teams. They do not really go all out to annihilate anyone. But ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we have a small little technical issue that we need to sort out. We're going to take a quick short break. When we come back, it's going to be the kickoff of match number 1.
niggas know that they fly, know that they ride or die. I keep boys on my side, CJ Ike, now I gotta roll with ice. No rush, go on move dumb, pushing, so on move dumb. Peace and love turn to peace and gloves, now you gotta do a run up. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move out the bits. Boy wanna go to a bitch, nah. Unless you heard it from me, and you ain't heard it from me, got it from me. All that energy extra, they wanna see me with the hitters.
Child, leaving the meanings alone. Me with a squeeze, I get no feelings involved.
Child, leaving the meanings alone. Me with a squeeze.
I'm getting hype.
Cho một lẩu Thái anh ơi.
Play games.
Yo, crank that volume, turn it way up. Get your weapon, get your blade up. Damage, then you gon' pay up. Yo, crank that volume, turn it way up. Get your weapon, get your blade up. Damage, then you gon' pay up.
Yo, crank that volume, turn it way up. Get your weapon, get your blade up. Damage, then you gon' pay up. Play games.
Thank you so much, survivors, for your very, very kind patience. A small little technical issue, but it has been sorted out already, and we are very excited to hop on into Bermuda. Match number 1 is about to kick off.
Finally, we get rid of all the little things, obstacles,
static,
stopping the static.
Yeah.
Get rid of the white noises.
Yeah. It was Homer, man. He messed us up.
I mean, Homer is very, very annoying.
Overload.
One of the best characters you have right now, right? On Xterra, people run triple homers. And if you look at how the players are suffering in the hands of Homer, you know that he is not a good guy if you're against him. But speaking of that, 11 teams, we're going to jump into Bermuda. And the only non-SDA team, once more, not playing today is Vasto Mundo. They get to observe how Group A and Group C interact. But that means we get to treat ourselves to LGDS, we get to treat ourselves to Alpha, and see how that break yesterday has prepped them for today's conflict. Because I think we will have a lot more aggressive plays. It feels like the aggressiveness comes majority from Group A, surprisingly.
Yeah. And of course, we didn't mention this thus far, but we might as well throw it in at this stage. This is once again a day where you will only see 11 teams instead of 12 playing out there, because in Group A we only have 5. Unfortunately, Team Legacy from Pakistan could not join us because all of the embassies in the country has been closed and the team could not get their visas processed in time to join us here on this stage. Hopefully we will be able to see the boys in the future, but in the meantime, lesser players means lesser headache and more space to play. So all of the other teams will be slightly appreciative of this. Bullseye all the way down to Sentosa. The flight path is super fair. The whole map is open.
I'm looking at LGDS to see if they would take the same drop spot. It seems like that would be the case. They love to go to Shipyard.
Yep.
They sometimes also spread out to Bullseye. I think this is one of the few instances. You have Alpha, who is also dropping right at the beginning. There might be some early clashes, and that has been a trend on day 1 as well. SBTC dropping to Observatory, so they are also in with vicinity. Expand. They're going to head for Peak. They might run into GD.
I'll be surprised if there are no hot drops because...
Oh, there it is.
Yep, there you go. So Genesis Dogma, very early on, going to have to take on Expand. This is where we'll have to bring our cameras onto now. We've got a spot onto Cobra. A quick tag coming along. He's slowed down, but it doesn't matter.
Whoa.
Because Cobra, the absolute annihilator, takes down 2 players. Axel down on the ground, but it doesn't matter. Here comes Roy. Axel, someone needs to save him right now. Borges, it's going to be that one player.
He's gonna go.
It's gonna be a little incapacitated, and Genesis Dogma. What a fantastic run from day number 1 on their debut. But day 2, they should have learned. You do not hot drop expand.
Complete blowout as well. I mean, Cobra getting lucky with the initial drop. Expand did touch ground first.
Yeah.
So it did get them the advantage of getting early weapon. Meanwhile, for Farang, it's not looking too good. They do get a 1-for-1 trade against, well, I say 1-for-1 trade, but Team Flash has 3 eliminations. So Farang, tails tucked between their legs. They have one more guy left to keep this run going. Spade will bring Fives back. So at least the numbers are still there. But Team Flash, they did send a recon member out to see if he can spot out where the rest of Farang are. For Expand, Vending Machine, Revival Point, all within their control. Peak belongs to them. Exile gets brought back. So the whole squad of Expand reunites.
Axel, one of the most lethal snipers out there. We're not going to be too fussed that he got taken out a little early. He just didn't have the weapon of choice within his hands. But the 2 rushers of the team, the 2 attackers, did absolutely well. X-Roy as well as Cobra, they struck, and that poison sunk in deep.
Oh, we just see one guy of SBTC. I think Tyson, he just went
nice
all
one.
the way to the roof. He infiltrated Alpha's territory and finds G18. And Remind also is back completely exposed now, trapped out in the open, forced to throw out all those blue walls and gets flushed into the hands of the rest of SBTC. They do get 2 free kills to start things off, and Alpha, they are in no spot to fight, but they are in no spot to run as well. Gatal will have to try. He did bring back G18 into the fray, but you can see G18 is going to parachute far away from the rest of Bullseye just to keep this round going.
G18 made a unfortunate mistake there. He erected yet another glue wall just beside the one that got taken down by that Riptide Rhythm. As you guys know, there is an area of effect that lasts about 4.5 seconds. So that glue wall just disappeared and he got snuffed out. So a very wasteful revive having to be pushed on in through here. SBTC, Han has got the Vector within his holes. Artemis down on the ground. Jasiria out as well. G18 as well as Gatal. Can they survive? Gatal Alpha down. And it looks like the final player is not going to be able to survive this any much more longer.
And G18, the guy that got brought back, now on the run for his team's life. But so unfortunate for Gatal, he brought 2 members of SBTC down to very, very low health.
Yeah.
Just not low enough to guarantee any sort of elimination. And SBTC, they are looking to try and hunt down G18. This is a very aggressive maneuver. And yesterday, SBTC, they tried to play these kind of play styles, but they were promptly shut down in a lot of the rounds that they took initiative. But it's good to see that they're continuously trying it out. They know what they can do, and this was a team that finished 12th last year on FFWS under the banner of HQ Esports. And this is why you see them try to hunt down G18.
Yep. They're going to meet in a couple of seconds, and G18's not going to like that. Thankfully, he's got a lot of coconut trees here. Mother Nature's going to help him out for just a little bit, but the poor boy is going to get toasted. AC-80 in the hands of Neo. Double shots connecting. Alpha. It's not going to be able... Look at the other guys. They're all the way on the other side. G18 can't run anywhere, and Alpha's out in the 10th spot.
It is a brutal way to get eliminated. SBTC with 5 points. Again, right?
Thanks to G18 being brought back.
Yeah. And again, I say, you know, I feel like Group A is the team that's bringing in majority of the aggression. As ironic as it sounds, because it's supposed to just be Evo's Phoenix being the ringleaders. We are just under 5 minutes in, and we have lost 2 full squads.
Yeah. No offense, Group B, but, you know, I had a lot of fun on the first day. Group A is just on fire. They're little firecrackers. I guess that's the passive effect of being in the same group as EVOS Phoenix. Everybody knows they need to step it up.
EVOS Phoenix now moving towards Clock Tower, and this, you know, traditionally has been a very good compound to hold if you know how to play around it. But that also means that teams that get here from the outside have many places to hide as well. And GRC, they know full well that this could be a possibility. Get high. Actually, I thought he was peeking out of the corner, but that's not the case. God Cruise will be a minor distraction. He actually lured the entirety of GRC, so God Cruise might allow the rest of that is exactly what you're looking for from EVOS Phoenix. Jonah completely catching Ras with his back exposed, and EVOS Phoenix now go on the assault. GRC could not respond.
What a play by EVOS Phoenix. God Cruz baits them all out directly in the line of fire of Jonah as well as Moshi. And there was just no way they were going to get away from that. And now GRC, they understand that they are not supposed to be messing up with this squad. Liam manages to bring Raz right back into the mix. Moshi a little low on HP, but manages to duck away as well to patch himself right back up. Vice has got that high ground advantage. Throws in a nice grenade, but that's not going to do much at all. Get high on that high ground. Vice right behind him as well. 18 with the Groza tags up Jonah. Good glue wall pulled out, and it looks like he is going to be protected by Steffi's charge.
And Rush just dropped back. He's trying to get any weapon that he can get his hands on, but Jonah, he's pushing it. Look at that. Liam has no chance at all. Puts down the glue wall, but EVOS Phoenix, they are quickly spreading out, and GRC Aphrodite not in a good spot. Get high gets the first knockdown, and Jonah finds fires. 18 gets a good trade back. Liam with a great grenade launcher takes himself out in the equation. And that means EVOS Phoenix still has a chance to win this. 18 against God Cruz, turns the corner, completely gets ambushed, and Liam, the last man standing with a grenade launcher, decides that it's time to commit Sudoku, and EVOS Phoenix gets a full wipeout at Clock Tower.
GRC were a little unfortunate there. It was a good play with that grenade launcher. And just when you thought that they were going to catch EVOS Phoenix with their pants down, because that Steffi's active Painted Refuge got popped, 2 of it, in fact, back to back, a little prematurely, and that's why that grenade launcher was able to take down 2 players, but no finisher coming on through. Rip God, RIP, my friend.
If you're Raphael and you hit someone, you knock someone down with sniper rifles,
90%.
They go down super fast. And of course, silent shots, right? So, you know, Team Flash had a really hard time trying to identify where those shots were coming from, and now you get to see that in effect. I mean, Bayo bled out so fast. LGDS getting 2 free kills. 8 minutes in, 8 teams left. Expand continuing to move to Clock Tower. That was where EVOS Phoenix planted their foot. And we talked about this, right?
Yeah.
Clock Tower, big area to maneuver. You can hold out easily. And that means your enemies also have a lot of place to hide. And I think GRC Aphrodite, they chase out of a safe zone, and it really costed them. It's something that they need to think about.
That's what makes Raphael so annoying. And if at all it's your bad luck that your main player gets sniped from afar from a player that does have Raphael running there, and you're just a few meters away too far, GGWP, you gotta revive that guy.
Honestly, I feel like you gotta tweak the numbers a little bit, because that bled out is so fast.
Yeah, I mean, it says statistically they bleed out 90% faster. They should change that to 300% faster, because he didn't have a chance,
not
bro.
200%. With that 90% bleed out rate, you might as well just say he instantly died.
Pretty much. One shot, one kill.
I was to say, I have a feeling that Bayo probably didn't have much armor, or not Bayo actually, I think it's Rip God. Probably didn't have much armor, hit armor to work with, so that's why he got instant knock. They do have this revival point, so Bayo can bring them back. Not too big of a deal yet. They're the only team that is incredibly far away, alongside Farang, as Jembao also finally found a revival point to bring the rest of Farang back.
Expands in a good spot, rotating towards Clock Tower, but EVOS Phoenix is holding on to that exact same spot. They're not going to be going anywhere, and you know Clock Tower gives you a slight bit of elevation, especially if you hop on into one of those buildings. So if Expand does come a little bit too close, you can expect some heavy firepower from the Thai champions.
I did see Team Flash, the 2 members that got revived, parachuted nearby the area of Clock Tower. Not sure if they saw EVOS Phoenix, because that would be crucial info. But Magic Esports, okay. Oh, they were the one who found the other 2 members of Team Flash who were not in a position to respond at all. Oh, they got revived anyways, but this is the bad news for Team Flash, because you had no time to get any resources. In the past 2 to 3 minutes, they have been focusing on survival, and that isn't looking good when you're moving towards the late game.
Magic Esports was very impressive yesterday, especially on Nextera, collecting a total of 46 points. And that was massive. I mean, that was close to 24 points more than the second place team, which was Expand.
But that's off of 2 maps, right?
Fair enough.
Yeah.
That was absolutely fair enough. But of course, Expand, as they rotate on in, it is a very much more aggressive approach coming through from them this time round. 5 eliminations already. They're not moving towards Clock Tower, which is a smart decision. Bunker right in front of them. to lay low for a little bit before accessing this next circle. But either way, they need to make a move soon. Jumble comes flying right back in. Bloody right outside of the circle. Expand might be able to pick off 1 or 2 extra eliminations before they head on into this next circle.
Yeah, Bloody actually started firing at Expand, so this could be Expand's chance to cop a couple more free points. LGDS, they are just launching themselves straight into the circle, and that is going to put them within the line of fire of SBTC, so LGDS might have to fight their way through, or maybe not.
Yeah, it's a good spot.
Okay, they actually get to sneak right through. That is great news for LGDS.
Very, very smooth move in, but Expand right into Clock Tower. This is going to be a big fight. EVOS Phoenix, they are ready for this. A quick grenade tossed up onto the roof. Cobra has got the AWM. No shot's gonna connect anytime soon just yet. God Cruz cooking up that nade. Sends one into the second floor, but nobody's home, sir.
Yeah, God Cruz even got tagged by the Homer drone as well. That's why you saw him slowing down just for a little bit, but Expand so far haven't been able to follow up with much. The ice grenade also chipping away the health of Roy and Too Fast, but they have the medic gun to heal each other back up, and now the conflict is into Too Fast. Tossing
nice one.
Get High, able to dodge away and get High response as well. Good time turner from Too Fast to block that nade, and Expand now finally takes the full force of EVOS Phoenix. Cobra gets dropped. Well, he drops down and broke his own ankle. Expand, you can't make mistakes like this. Not against EVOS Phoenix, as EVOS Phoenix will take advantage of that. Expand needs to get Cobra back up.
Axel goes in for the save. Cobra's right back up on his feet. And it was a good response earlier by EVOS Phoenix as well, popping that step active to make sure that grenade does not connect. Roy takes out God Cruz. Jonah responds, Roy down on the ground, but Axel shows up. Mochi's out as well. It's a 2-2. And Get High as well as Jonah. Can Jonah circle around? It looks like Get High gets Axel, but God Cruz now picked up as well. 3v2, but Jonah, the MVP's down. One more shot for Expand, and I think they're going to be able to do this. Get High doesn't get it, and Expand eliminates EVOS Phoenix.
Wow, Cobra, my personal MVP in the entire fight. We'll talk about that in a little bit because SBTC needs to take on LGDS. Artemis has the high ground advantage. Look at this man. He is completely shredding LGDS. But LGDS still keeps the whole team alive, in fact. SBTC could not finish off the kills. Artemis did finally get rid of Bruce with that grenade launcher, but LGDS salvaged most of the squad. They have to be careful though. Blue Zone is pushing in. SBTC and LGDS needs to fight through this.
Bleeding out, but he's gonna be saved. Yes, he is gonna be saved. In the nick. Oh my god, don't bleed out, sir. No. All right, there you go. Medkit saves him. Tyson up on top alongside Artemis. Artemis almost bleeding out as well, but then Medkit's gonna be able to save him. Down on the ground, out of nowhere, that zone just plays that trick on SBTC. And Queen of Nai keeping an eye on Artemis. Artemis has got nowhere to go. He needs to run through that circle straight into the hands of 2E.
Look at Expand. They have taken control of majority of the zone. One critique we had yesterday was Expand was really passive. Yes. Not taking space. Now they've done so, putting themselves in a very good position if they can stay for Magic Esports, who are also contesting the same exact compound.
Expand slows things down. Fantastic defensive position. They've got a compound to work with, and Cobra puts that final bullet in the coffin for Spade, eliminating Farang from this round. Expand now, moving up slowly. MGE is not going to be an easy squad to take down. They pop the Steffi first. That grenade's not going to do much to them, but those glue walls are not going to last. They respond back with one grenade. Too Fast gets out of there. Glue wall melters coming on through, but there are no glue walls there. What an absolute waste by MGE.
I think it's actually a good move because you're preventing Expand from boarding up all of the windows, right? So these doorways will be open for Magic Esports. Magic Esports, they have found the perfect engage, and that is going to be the play of round number 1. Expand completely eviscerated by that Alvaro split blitz, and there's nothing much that they could do. Expand wiped out, is down to Magic Esports and Ego Esports, and of course Magic Esports looking for a second booyah in this group stage. Can they do it, AJ?
Daklop wants to prevent that. He's got the grenade launcher. And I believe the Steffies have already been popped a little bit earlier. Not enough time to recover just yet. Daklop needs to strike right now. Has got the grenade launcher in hand, but does not pull it out. Pulls out the grenade instead. Donbu behind a good glue wall. Craven down on the ground. A good Alvaro pop from both sides, but just tags each other up just a little bit. Wasana backs away, and it looks like his Devlon's not going to be helping out all that too much. Donbu down, and Wasana is not close enough to get him right back up on his feet. Look at Q of 9 with the AWM from afar, but the wall is blacking everybody out. He's just going to be the final survivor if this continues.
Yeah, they are forced to be funneled into the sniper rifle as well. He have a quick spot. He's going to win this, right? Wasana has 9 mech is left, but he needs to get right through. Gets the down. Still has 2 more to go through though. That is too deadly. And Koyov9 completed what he couldn't do yesterday with an AWM. Booyah for Eagle Esports.
Fantastic positioning by Q of 9. That winning position behind the boulder as the sniper. AWM finishes off the final player, but it was a very, very tricky one. Their opponents were no slouches. They were playing each and every single position perfectly, but I have to agree with you, Husky. The play of the day might have already been made by MGE. What a crazy cluster out of that Awaken Alvaro to snuff out Expand.
A lot of things to unpack, but we gotta talk about Eagle Esports because, of course, they got the booyah, so they earned their spot on the top of the topics we need to discuss about. This team yesterday got off to a slightly rough start, but it's not to say that they had a rough finish, right? They had multiple rounds where they performed pretty well. And they had rounds where, you know, they didn't get much eliminations, but they got decent placement. And finally, they put the first booyah on the board thanks to the good positioning. And, you know, there's always something about Eagle Esports that we wanted to see yesterday, but they were just lacking at the very last moment.
My personal MVP from this round was Expand because they took down the 2 biggest dogs of this lobby.
Yeah, I would say
they took down both Genesis Dogma and EVOS Phoenix.
Genesis Dogma, right? The hot drop at peak. This was what kind of I foreshadow, right? Both teams dropped peak at Bermuda and Expand. Just got a little bit of luck because they reached ground earlier on, so they could get the weapons that they need. But against EVOS Phoenix, this I think is a crucial moment. Expand that glue wall completely stopped Jonah from backstabbing. He tried to go for the pixel shots, but it wasn't enough. And that wasted so much time while Cobra was wiping the floor with EVO's Phoenix. And of course, afterwards, you have this big Alvaro cluster, the split blitz, as they call it, to get rid of Expand. But I think Expand have already done the best they could.
And of course, if it wasn't for 2E, there would have still been a possibility that Expand would have been able to make it right back in there. But 2E, that long snipe from Don Bu, takes Cobra, the final survivor of Expand, out of the equation and just ends their round right there. It could have been a phenomenal round for the Malaysian squad, but I think either way, it was still super decent. But 2E, once again, towards the very end, they were not very aggressive. They tried to play their strategy through positioning, and that clearly paid off.
Yeah, they read the circle very well, right? They knew that it is going to force everyone into the open, so they planted themselves outside and they just took whatever they could. And you saw Expand didn't get the booyah, but I think they got 10 eliminations before they got wiped out in 3rd place. That's still 18 points. That is very, very impressive for a 3rd place finish.
I mean, I think they took my complaint from their day of play yesterday and they took it very, very seriously because this is a team that was very, very capable of getting those engagements. They got the booyah and then what they do, they play absolutely passive. Unacceptable, right? But look at what happens when they go all out. And also look at what happens when they're not given an opportunity to run away. They take the fight and they walk away the victors. I love that.
That's the Cobra that got Baby Argon one of the best records at the start of the first major, right? I'd love to see this Cobra back in a slightly different role. But again, Eagle Esports, the team that got the booyah with 7 eliminations in total. You know, you have Dian being the MVP, and Koyov9 towards the very end, he was the one that cleaned up the remnants of Magic Esports for the team to secure the booyah. And you know, seeing them getting their very first round win, I think is going to put a little bit of confidence to Eagle Esports. They are also one of the few teams in this tournament that is debuting for the very first time.
And Eagle Esports, of course, was not looking to take on big engagements, and their decision to stay away from all of the chaos and find a safer spot just turned out to be the right decision made. Sometimes, if you want to lay low in the open and just depend purely on those boulders as well as your glue walls, things can go south. I mean, we've seen many teams try that strategy. Things have gone south for them. But Lady Luck was on the side of Eagle Esports this time around, and they made the best use of that opportunity.
And this was a team that ran double Steffi, double Homer. We saw a lot of that iteration in this round 1. Some of the players did go for Chrono on other teams, but overall, I think this is the standard. We also saw the application of Raphael, which, you know, surprisingly for Eagle Esports, they did not run a single Raphael. They were focusing a lot on Luna, Capella, which did show up a lot more yesterday in that Group B, Group C matchup. So very, very different archetype, but overall worked out for a team that just wants to stay away from these main fights.
I love the fact that all of them run the Awaken Hayato. All of them love getting, all of that extra bit of damage sent out to their opponents. The Awaken Hayato, very simple. His effectiveness in a close quarters combat, it reduces the frontal damage by 3% for every 10% of their max HP loss, right? So they can take all of these daring fights and not have to worry about it all that too much. But of course, that's the main reason why they run that Capella, for that extra layer of that healing prowess. And Dian was just the guy to get exactly that done. His favorite weapon, the Scar, he brings in the Falco because they wanted to land a little bit faster than anybody else, just in case they get hot dropped.
Yeah, sometimes these milliseconds make the biggest difference. And there's one player I want to talk about on Eagle Esports aside from Dian is Darklove, because this guy has been on the Sentosa World Stage before in 2022, so he's also the captain of Eagle Esports, which coincidentally is under the management of a Vietnam organization called V Gaming. We've heard of that team before as well. So you have an experienced captain that enables his teammate, and that leads to us getting good players like Dian, who is the MVP of this match.
Fair enough. And of course, it seems like there was just nothing wrong with all of their setup. And we saw even a team like EVOS Phoenix popping their Steffi a little bit too early. This was a mistake that 2E surprisingly did not make. Because if you pop that active skill at the very right timing, for 4 seconds, you're protected from all grenades, which I think Expand should learn from, because that could have really saved them against MGE earlier. But it's really how you read the map, how you read the gameplay. A little bit of luck is involved as well, because sometimes you just don't see a nade flying towards you to pop it,
Yeah, I mean, MG kind of funnel Expand into a corner, right? So that's also good on them. Yeah. Again, those glue wall melters that we initially thought was ineffective, well, it actually paid off. And the popular weapons, we have the AC-80, top one, as always. The RGS-50 makes it onto the list. But with the Mini Uzi for the first time being one of the more sought-after weapons on Bermuda.
I think it wasn't sought after. I think it was just laying there and they picked up whatever they could pick up as quickly as possible to annihilate their opponents. Because, of course, we didn't see the Mini Uzi in action all that too long. It's the kind of gun where you want to pick up when you've got nothing else around. And if you got something better, yeah, you pick up something better.
Yeah, one of the more embarrassing ways to get taken out in Free Fire is to get taken out by a Mini Uzi. That's my...
I think you've got a very decent rate of fire, but, the power out of each and every single shot is just not one everybody looks.
It takes too long to kill someone. It takes half a second too long. We're going to take a look at the match standings after round number 1 as well. The Booyah going over to Eagle Esports, and they just scraped by enough, right? 19 points. You have Expand, 18 points. Impressive breakout round in second place. Magic Esports also getting 18. SBTC getting 15. And one more thing that we didn't mention early on was that the two teams we were supposed to look out for, also on the team matchup, EVOS Phoenix and Genesis Dogma, both got eliminated by Expand.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I mean, that was something that we did touch on, because that's exactly why Expand is my personal MVP for this round. Because those two top dogs, I mean, first of all, Genesis Dogma were on a streak yesterday of consistency, just like what First Raiders did on their first day of debut, and then they bring it into second day. This is exactly what happened to First Raiders, and Genesis Dogma unfortunately fell prey to the exact same unfortunate situation. The one that I did not expect was EVOS Phoenix going down, because even with Cobra falling to his death, that was a little unfortunate. And I have to say, the MVP of that battle between Expand as well as EVOS Phoenix, everyone might think it's Cobra because Cobra got that final nail in the coffin, but without Axel, Cobra wouldn't even be back up on his feet. And it was such a heated battle against EVOS Phoenix. What does Axel do? He says, hold up, I gotta go pick up my boy. Because Axel in a situation, Axel's a sniper. Axel wants to play this as far away as possible. He doesn't want these close quarters combat. So he doubles back as, the support player. And that support got them that win over EVOS. That's why team play is so effective.
And I think that sequence was also very impressive, right? How they handle EVOS Phoenix, who, if you poke them just a little bit, EVOS Phoenix will run at you. And that's what happened to, to GRC Aphrodite at Clock Tower. That's exactly kind of the aggression that EVOS Phoenix brings to the table.
Yeah.
And then Cobra broke his foot. Still ends up wiping EVOS Phoenix thanks to Axel helping him. And again, we have these minor moments. Jonah coming in for a flank. I thought that was the god play from EVOS Phoenix.
Yeah.
And Expand held him off by great glue wall placement. So overall, explosive start for round number 1, but we still have 5 more rounds to go. We'll go for a short break and we will come back for round number 2, and that will be Purgatory.
Em tự tin 80% bởi vì bọn em có kỹ năng rất là cao.
Ưu điểm của team mình đó chính là sự tự tin và tinh thần đoàn kết. Sự gắn kết sẽ là mấu chốt để cho chúng mình chiến thắng ở giải đấu lần này. Mình rất tự tin bởi vì đây là cùng dạo chơi của SE.
ดูมีผมไปหรือเปล่า
มั่นใจเกินไปหรือเปล่าลองจะแพ้แล้วกัน
Thích của bọn mình là biến nhà vô địch thành cựu vương.
100% team mình sẽ chiến thắng. Giải đấu lần này thì mình thấy Evos Thái Lan khá là tự tin, nhưng mà các bạn quên rằng là những đội cho dù không vô địch nhưng mình thì cũng có thể kéo các bạn không vô địch cùng. Tụi mình muốn gửi lời thách đấu đến đội tuyển Evos Phoenix. Hãy coi chừng tụi mình.
โอ้ยโว้แล้วพี่พวกพี่ก็แค่อดีต
ไม่พูดเยอะเจ็บคอ
بكل صراحة يعني السيرفر مثل ما معروف الجميع الذي يريد كل أحد يتغلب عليه هو السيرفر التايلاندي، ونكونوا بالصراحة يعني الفريق الحلي حتى هو ثاني كل أحد يريد يتغلب عليه هو فريق إيفوس.
มั่นใจเกินไปหรือเปล่าลองจะแพ้แล้วกัน เปอร์เซ็นต์ที่จะชนะผมคิดว่า 99% นะครับอีก 1% ให้ทีมอื่นเขาได้เล่นบ้างครับ
إيفوس ستخسرون بسبب ثقتكم الزائدة. إيفوس كومادي كاب.
Niggas know that they fly, know that they ride or die. I keep boys by my side, CJ Ike, now I gotta roll with ice. No rush, go on, move dumb. Pushing, so I'm move dumb. Peace and love turn to peace and gloves. Now you gotta do a run up. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move out the bits. Boy wanna throw to a bitch, nah. Unless you heard it from me, and you ain't heard it from me. Got it from me, all that energy extra. They always see me with the hitters.
Child, leaving them beanies alone. Me with a squeeze, I get no feelings involved.
Child, leaving them beanies alone. Me with a squeeze.
Cho một lẩu Thái anh ơi.
Play games.
Yo, crank that volume, turn it way up. Get your weapon, get your blade out. Damage, then you gon' pay up. Yo, crank that volume, turn it way up. Get your weapon, get your blade out. Damage, then you gon' pay up.
Yo, crank that volume, turn it way up. Get your weapon, get your blade out. Damage, then you gon' pay up. Play games. Play games.
Em tự tin 80% bởi vì bọn em có kỹ năng rất là cao.
Ưu điểm của team mình đó chính là sự tự tin và tinh thần đoàn kết. Sự gắn kết sẽ là mấu chốt để cho chúng mình chiến thắng ở giải đấu lần này.
Mình rất tự tin bởi vì đây là cùng giao chơi của SE rồi.
ดูมีผมไปหรือเปล่า
มั่นใจเกินไปหรือเปล่าลองจะแพ้แล้วกัน
Đích của bọn mình là biến nhà vô địch thành cựu vương.
100% team mình sẽ chiến thắng. Giải đấu lần này thì mình thấy Evos Thái Lan khá là tự tin, nhưng mà các bạn quên rằng là những đội cho dù không vô địch nhưng mình thì cũng có thể kéo các bạn không vô địch cùng.
Tụi mình muốn gửi lời thách đấu đến đội tuyển Evos Phoenix.
There's something in his eyes. There's a storm within, but it's written in the sky. Let it break me till it's over. Don't let it shake me, no. Won't let it make me go under. Won't let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me Nothing's gonna stop me. No one will ever get left behind. A million more before I've tried. it shake me, no. Let it make me go under. Let it make me go under. So now it's time.
Welcome back to the Free Fire SEA Invitational. So getting ready for game number 2, Purgatory. Once more, you are with us. My name is Husky, and alongside me is the one and only drumroll, Mustachio AJ. That's my best. That's the longest breath I can hold.
It's okay. It's okay. You'll hold longer breaths in the future. What a fantastic first game we had on our hands. Totally unexpected turns in every single encounter. Genesis Dogma clunking out in the 11th spot. Who would have expected? And it's not like they were 11th and someone else got taken out first. There were only 11 teams in here, right? Alpha followed along, but that's a little bit more of an expected one. And then EVOS Phoenix going up against Expand. EVOS Phoenix dropping. That's something I did not expect, because I thought today was going to be the rise of EVOS Phoenix.
I mean, it's just round 1, right? EVOS Phoenix can do what they do in 4 rounds with just 1. So there's still some time.
Yeah.
We're going to Purgatory next, and these are the 3 teams we need to look out for. Wow, lo and behold, EVOS Phoenix, Genesis Dogma SF, and Expand. All 3 of these teams have a 100% top 3 rate on Purgatory, with EVOS Phoenix being the unique case. They played 2 Purgatories on day 1, round 2 and round 6, and they got 3rd place for the first one, and they got the Booyah for the second one.
EVOS Phoenix, I think they are ready for a little bit of revenge. And if this statistic is going to pan out in the exact same way in Purgatory this time around, it's going to be one heated battle in that final circle. But I don't think it's going to turn out in that way, because I think the 3 teams will be very aggressive at the start, and there are many others that are as hungry as them. I mean, for example, a team like Farang, they've been thirsty all throughout their fights thus far without much water to drink. This could just be the round that they forcefully grab some.
And Farang is a map that Farang is a team that is also very proficient on Purgatory. Unfortunately, so far they have not been able to replicate that result on day number 1, kind of having some bumps along the way. Maybe this is a chance for them to do so. Honestly, hoping for the 3 featured teams to be in top 3 again on Purgatory. It is definitely a long shot. Right? We talked about a little bit, GD, Genesis Dogma, they lost the fight against Expand. It was more of a coin flip, but Expand taking out EVOS Phoenix is definitely a strong statement. This flight path, very forgiving. SBTC, the first and only team to go to Mode House and take that compound for themselves.
Well, let's see if or not we're gonna spot any hot drops here. And yes, we will. Genesis Dogma, EVOS Phoenix. This does not seem good for the 2 top dogs who are trying to vie for that number 1 spot. EVOS Phoenix, they might just be a little bit hot from that previous engagement, but one can say the exact same thing for Genesis Dogma, and Expand just backs away from everybody else towards Brasilia. Nobody's gonna engage them just yet.
I would say that EVOS Phoenix are not even fully committed just yet, right? You have Get High, who is at the outskirts of Marble Works, but EVOS Phoenix, they're going to take the fight. Dells from behind. Big opportunity. He's getting ambushed. The captain goes down. Vector in hand. Dells looking for 2. And this guy is still running the Vector Kimbo, because why not? Dells with 2 initial knockdowns. God Cruise, you show up.
Oh my God!
Dells swaps to a double revolver for the 3rd knock. And wow, GD are off to a fantastic start.
Will we see a quick revival come through? GD.
He needs a bit more time.
For the final guy through EVOS Phoenix.
A while more.
Shots coming on through. Kiki backs away. Just 4 more HP, and he has done it. A full squad revive. EVOS Phoenix survives. Are they going to drop back in Marble Works, though?
They're going to straight up just run away. This is not a fight for them. Genbao, it did, prompt minor responses from GD earlier on, but GD were really focused on taking out EVOS Phoenix. At the end of the day, EVOS Phoenix got the whole team back. Nothing much was lost on EVOS' side, but a lot was gained for GD. 3 free points, AJ. Might get the 4th even.
I mean, GD lost the first hot drop There was just no way they wanted to lose the second one, and they took such a fantastic fight. You gotta love the double revolver annihilation that was brought in there.
Yeah, double back to double revolver. Look at the map, BG. Evo's Phoenix, they are still hanging around. There is a chance that Evo's Phoenix takes this fight.
What's one player from Farang doing that though?
Scouting duty. Revival system. You can give it away.
Someone wake that kid up. He's stuck between GD as well as Evo's Phoenix. Jambal has no idea the kind of situation he has put himself in.
And Farang did spread out very early on. So I suppose this is just the nature of their drops, right?
Sightseeing.
They're coming back for more even. I mean, Evo's Phoenix,
they are pissed.
They're not happy with this.
Yeah, they are pissed. They want some revenge. But I have to say, I think it was a fantastic Riptide rhythm sent by Kiki earlier on that allowed Dels to take down Jonah. And Jonah was trying to run away, a good glue wall erected, and that's exactly what we're talking about, right? This teamwork, the communication, and one takes down the glue wall, the other one just goes and pops off all of those bullets into the opponents. Such beautiful free fire moments. Get high, AWM in hand. P90 response from the other side out of Yosef.
Evo's Phoenix are very spread out, so Get High has to deal with two members from GD at once. Farang!
What?
Well, Jembao has his spotted out finally. Dels actually gets a knock, but I think Evo's Phoenix might be able to steal that away. Get High now, with support of Jonah from so far, might have a chance against GD. Get High still has a lot of that health to work with. Even at the bonfire, just swapping these doorways. He is playing GD like an absolute fiddle. And finally downs Jaws. Grenade launcher, Get High! It's like, baby, I also have one. And GD ends up losing two members. Evo's Phoenix gets back control of Marble Works.
I do not know how did Get High get those two players. Okay, wait, I do know. We just saw it run through, right? The guy switches from the door to the window, from the window to the door. Mag 7 continuously pumping out those slugs, and he manages to get both of them. And now Genesis Dogma are on the back foot. They say, to hell with this. We like the 4 elimination points. We don't want to get taken out in the 11th spot, and they bugger off.
Honestly, Evo's Phoenix is the only team that will lose 3 members, get a full revive, and be like, guys, we're going back in. We're going back into the deep end and actually win.
And they didn't spend much time. They literally dropped, picked up a gun, and ran right back into action. They didn't want no med kit. They didn't want no glue walls. They knew they can win out some gunfights, and my oh my, did they win out some gunfights.
This raw confidence backed up by actual skill. And also, they didn't even go in together, right? You have Get High, they are spread out. Get High, you know, he had that miraculous, fancy footwork, but hidden MVP was the captain. Jonah hiding behind a tree, very far away, providing those support fires that really allow Get High to feel comfortable enough to be aggressive. They actually still heard the truck, and that's Borges. He's gonna try and
Get High! Get out of here! AWM!
Alright, he earned it. He earned that one.
That's not the M82B. That was just pure accuracy. Evo's Phoenix wants to prove a point. My God, boys, 3 eliminations and the point has been proven.
I feel like if they get team wiped by that shot, you can't even get mad because it was insane.
I cannot believe. You see. Group A being back in here just wakes the casters up.
Honestly, Borges even tried to juke it out and he still got tagged from behind. You only see these things in like movies, but Get High, he's having a great time. Saming actually finds X-Roy from afar, and Wasana also coming out the low ground, trying to take on Too Fast, who does have that glue on the corner. Cobra, nice. Good support from behind. The Homer drone also helps them out. Wasana will get traded back. They bring X-Roy back up, and Magic Esports can't really fight this anymore. Forced away by Expand, and Too Fast making sure that the deed is done, so Expand continues to hold on.
It was a good backstab by Cobra, but it literally took 3 players to take down that one guy. So MGE, as usual, being super annoying and super good at exactly that. Jonah, Get High. Farang wants a little bit of revenge for Jembal now. Jembal together with the rest of the boys. Jonah finds Spade. One good nade tossed on out, and it manages to click away at Spade's HP. One more does not clip him, but Jonah from the back will be able to find him, and Jembal goes down as well. Fires with the Bison, cannot do much. He gets dropped like a fly, and that's about it. Team Farang only has one final survivor now.
But why are they there in the first place, AJ?
They wanted revenge.
Wait. What revenge? Does that concern them? It doesn't concern them. Don't.
No, they sent out one guy and then one guy got taken out.
They're fighting a fight that they are not a part of. Alpha up against LGDS.
They're like, if we can't win a booyah, we might as well try to take down EVOS Phoenix.
Well, that didn't work out well. They lost 3 members. LGDS just lost Bruce against Alpha. And these are the two teams that are pretty close to each other, right? In terms of the standings and performance so far, Alpha and LGDS both losing one of their members. You see that Nate getting tossed out. Remind is dropping very low, but still is hiding behind the tree. G1, he's gonna hold back 2 members of Alpha. Those nades are chipping his health bar, but not enough to force him away. Roro also supporting from behind. A pretty drawn out fight. Gatao moving forward. Roro finally pushed away as that glue wall goes down. But LGDS are still holding on. Gatao wants to push Yuan out. That glue wall drops and Yuan wins that fight.
I mean, Yuan should have gone down like 3 million years ago. G18 misses a solid Riptide rhythm and Yuan survives that to take down one player, finally gets knocked down onto the ground. But that player, they can waste. LGDS has got nothing to lose in this situation. They just need to find a defensive position and then gatekeep Remind as well as G18, who have to rotate long way around. It's going to be a UAV deployed by Team Alpha just to get the rough coordination of LGDS. LGDS backs away to continue looting up for themselves so that they don't get punished more.
And God Cruz down thanks to Ego Esports. Trying to flush out the rest of EVOS Phoenix. Jonah helps him back out. God Cruz down again. Didn't have a chance to recover, but Iza going to get high. Last man alive. Can you do it again? Get high. Dark Love doesn't have bullets. Get high takes him down. 17 health. Tries to get to cover, but gets sniped by Quay of 9 from afar. And this man once more just saves his team, AJ.
Q of 9 just playing Axel's role from Expand, right? Just stay away from all of the battles, back up the rest of your team members, and do that one thing absolutely well. QF9 saved the team not once but twice now. Earlier on, it was the Booyah, this time eliminating the world champions. What more can 2E1?
Alpha just caught up with LGDS also, so goes down. Very unfortunate. I thought LGDS would, travel further. But
there's someone behind though.
There is one guy behind from LGDS.
What is he doing? Come on, go chase.
Could be good info gatherer, honestly. There it is! My man Bruce!
He just waited. Perfect timing. And now G18 can't do much, but
vending machine.
Purchase back 600 coins, 2 players right back in the mix. Alpha is not going to hurt all that too much. The 2 players right above campsite, but they're flying away as far as possible. Now, it is going to be, and unfortunately for him, he does not get to do much at all.
Gatal's going to get taken out in the next 5, 4, 3,
don't do it.
2,
no Gatal.
1.
No Gatal.
No way. No way.
He survived.
Ah, there it is.
Okay.
There's a second later than my prediction, but he...
1 second counts, man.
1 second does count.
2 elimination for Expand. Nothing to scream about, but they have to find a better defensive position. Too fast. Just playing Batman for the time being. Bunny ears don't really suit. It's the wrong animal.
Actually, I kind of like this a bit more because normally during our MCPS majors, everyone has kind of like the tournament outfit, right? We had the Pineapple Surfers for the last major, and now everyone looks more unique. For me, I like it, well, for the spectators' pleasure, right? Because in-game, they all look the same.
I mean, at the end of the day, this is their chance to show off a little bit of their personality as well through all of their skin collections.
Yeah.
And I think this is a fantastic way to do exactly that. Team Flash, backing away, outside of the circle. SPTS firing off a couple of shots at them. Yanbin standing out in the open, welcoming more shots towards him. I have no idea why he's doing that. But Craven, look at his position. He gets tagged up. Farang from the back, and they ruin Craven's chances. And now Alev and Faiz wanted to go up against Team Flash, but Team Flash says, get the hell out of here. Faiz backs away. He takes that warning seriously.
It's a tough round for Farang. They have not been able to play Free Fire properly. Bayo gets sniped by Tyson from behind, as early on you do have Magic Esports spreading out a bit far and wide, so they did get some decent info. Faiz taking this chance to also chip in as Yanbin gets sniped. So Team Flash, they are losing a lot of resources just to stay alive. Neo from afar also gets Rip God. Farang, wow, they can keep going.
Bayo still alive and kicking behind the boulder. And SBTC has been doing a great work keeping down these players right outside of the circle here. And it looks like Farang's going to have a lifeline thrown at them, all thanks to SBTC. So 2E backs away outside of the circle ever so slowly now as they rotate back in. These are just free eliminations on Flash as well as Farang that they can pick up.
You know, EO Esports is going to be very happy because they just saw Team Flash drive right into this compound and they are behind, so they can snipe Queen of Nine. He's going to have a field day with this one. Farang needing to hold off Team Flash. It's only just Jambao and Spade, the two veterans of the team, the two CQC experts. Can they hold off Ego Esports though, as Yanbin is there? Wow, Ego Esports, they're not even going to wait. Team Flash now has to do with Ego Esports.
Oh my.
He just launches themselves
my.
and losing two members to Team Flash. The Vietnamese are not caring at all.
I mean, Q of 9 should have just played his current role, man. Just back away, protect them from afar. You don't run straight at your opponent's Q of 9. Diane and Ducklop now, they have to save this situation. Jebel has got the charge buster. Diane has got the exact same gun. All of those glue wall melters melts down those defenses and Farang manages to survive. BO from outside, he loses Bloody. He's not going to be able to pick up his brother. So let's see if or not he can go 1v2 against Farang.
Yeah, Bloody's actually won Team Flash that engagement against EO Esports, but what am I watching when these teams are incredibly aggressive? Okay, Bruce even fights Wasana, LGDS bringing the full squad back, and they're actually wiping out Magic Esports.
LGDS on fire right now. Let's see if they can keep this up. Expand right on top. Which is that player? Super cheeky. Brings in the rest of them as well with that information. It was Cobra first. Too Fast follows in alongside X-Roy. The one guy that's not in this mix is the sniper Axel from afar. He's going to be protecting them from outside of the circle. Finally joins in the fray as well. The next one that they want to aim for is LGDS. LGDS still keeping an eye on MGE. And look at who's staying outside of the circle. SBTS making a very slow approach to this next safe zone.
Yeah, Farang also got finished off outside the circle as well. Team Flash are only left with Bale and LGDS. They are going to start to take on Expand first. Samin can't do much. He's the only guy alive left for Magic Esports. Expand is taking it slow, and X-Roy even poking at SBTC as Tyson, his back is exposed in fact. But Expand so far haven't been able to get any knockdown, so they will try to go for the push onto LGDS. This is a very crucial moment. Axel taking the frontal charge, gonna push LGDS all the way back. The Homer drone slowing down Bruce. A lot of info given over to Expand, and Bruce, he's trapped.
Axel has got the Drogon, one of the preferred shotguns of the current meta, of the current season, the newest addition. And this shotgun is just absolutely obliterating all of those players all throughout these lobbies. Now Expand can't find no ingress towards LGDS. Saming from outside can take a couple of chip shots. Cobra with the Groza cannot respond to the players of Genesis Dogma just yet. They move on to take Saming out of the equation. A good glue wall, but Saming barricades himself inside of this small little hut. Glue wall melters comes on through. Drogon in the hands of Axel, and that does the job as X-Roy puts the final bullet in.
And X-Roy actually got knocked down by the lock-on missiles, but they can bring it back up because they are in the shack. And I love that Expand, they just completely abandon the push against LGDS because they need the circle, right? So now they get to gatekeep LGDS as X-Roy heals himself back up. Cobra just sniped Bruce as well. They even put down the trip mine just in case LGDS runs into them. This is a good move from Expand. Roro also gets knocked down. LGDS completely wiped, but it's GRC that steals it all away. And Expand now needs to deal with all these long-range firepower from the Indonesians.
But GRC will be dealing with Genesis Dogma for the time being. Expand can recover. Expand can buy a little bit of time. But yours is going to be a little bit of a pain. He's got the power file in the hand and he's flanking around from the right-hand side. Look at him go onto the prone. 18 Dia out in the open. Good glue wall. Liam charging up the grenade. Rest the final player coming through from GRC. But Expand wants to finish this off.
And GD only has one last player in this game, so Expand, they need to do a GRC. Liam gets a great shot onto X-Roy. He's gonna try and get his teammate back up as well. 18 Dia gets rescued. GRC under a lot of pressure. Big nade coming through, chipping the health buff of Expand. They're still barely alive thanks to the Steffi ability, but another nade coming through. A glue wall melter, shutting down the glue walls of Expand. They gotta keep moving right now. It is slowly getting taken down. Alvaro clusters coming through. This time Expand's able to run right out into the open to take on GRC. Aphrodite hit on. X-Roy, 7 health, doesn't get it. Too Fast supporting him at the back. They get a decent trade back. Expand still running. 18 Dia gets sniped from Cobra, and Expand has a great chance to get this booyah. Yoss is next on the table. GD can hold on, and Expand AJ, they have the number. They found Fires. Yoss out in the open, cannot survive. Expand does it again. 100% top victory rate, and on top of that, a booyah on Purgatory.
Fantastic plays, fantastic strategy, fantastic executions as well. And this time, no nade was gonna touch them because they saved that Steffi and they popped it. And you wanna know what? They popped 2 Steffies just to be safe.
Just in case. And I tell you, the best part is the Steffi didn't even block the clusters. The grenade thrown was a glue wall melter, but anyways.
It blocks all throwables, so it's all good.
Excel is the MVP, right? He's the MVP and he plays so good we had to put 2 of him on the screen. That's how good this man is. Jokes aside, I mean, X-Men had a great round, the entire sequence, the decision making. Something that they demonstrated on Bermuda, they did it again on Purgatory, and this time rewarded with a booyah.
Oh, looks like they want to cash in on those 3 dinners. I'm ready to pay, boys. I am ready to pay. Now, this is something that I'm very, very, very happy about because, you know, I don't just like talking about the underdogs being underdogs forever. At some point in time, the underdogs need to rise up to the occasion and show us exactly how much they have improved. And that's exactly what Xpan has done. And yesterday was a little bit of a disappointing play from them right after getting that 1 booyah. They played the most passive gameplay I have ever seen, and it was so frustrating to watch. But this time, we are getting the aggression, we are getting the confidence, and we can see that they want to be the Southeast Asian champions.
Oh, 100%. You also have to commend kind of the leadership of the team, right? The support plays from Too Fast and EXO, very nice. You know, we say that EXO is always the long-range sniper, but when he needs to go in as the first guy to rush in compound, he does it, and he does it pretty well as well. You know, he allows Cobra to do his job. Too Fast towards the very end, getting 2 crucial snipes also onto the members of GRC. But the confidence from Cobra, that's something that has been missing for more than a year. Ever since Blacklist International, you hardly see Cobra be confident and efficient. That guy has now returned.
When I say what I'm about to say, I in no way take credit for their achievements, but I am so proud of how much they have grown. Because from being a bunch of boys playing Free Fire, they are full-grown men running around circles around all of these teams out there, right? And I think one of the things that I really love about Xpan is how they have grown, because they used to be a bunch of individual great Free Fire players. Now, I'm seeing a great Free Fire team.
Absolutely. I think you hit the nail on the head. That's something I also wanted to bring up, right? When Xpan was first formed, it was a superstar team. A team slated to win every single tournament in MCPS and be the flag bearers of the region. And they've overcame all the Filipino Titans. They've overcame all the local teams, but they couldn't overcome themselves because you have so many moments where you can clearly see the break off from these individual players, right? It was very sloppy decisions. So far, we are seeing a very united team. Partially because of the experience, partially because they brought in a coach. Overall, very, very great round for them. You see this 9 eliminations and a booyah, 19 points for round 2.
I mean, when you've got great individual talent in your squad and you've got 4 male testosterons in one room flaring up, you're gonna have ego problems, you know? But that is just one more hurdle in your journey that you have to overcome, which I'm so glad that they have finally been able to achieve.
And you're also looking at a team when they came together. Every single player has a very different background. Cobra is a man who is dubbed the Wonder Child because he had so many great achievements when he debuted. And then you have EXO, you have Too Fast, you have Xtroy, who didn't have the same achievements as Cobra. And to have all these personalities gel together takes a long, long time. They've gone through countless of boot camps, they've gone through countless of failures, and to see that finally pay off is great.
I mean, once again, Axel, look at that. 4 rescues. This guy plays that long range, plays that backup. And let's take a look at their team comp here. They play a double Homer, double Steffi. Too Fast and Xtroy show as hell pop those Steffis at the right time. The Homers were being brought out at the perfect moments as well. But it's not just those active skills that were doing the damage. It was those passives as well that were used very, very well. I mean, look at all 4 players bringing in the Awakened Hayato. We saw that cluster do a number on them, and they used the exact same thing to do a number on the rest of the teams this time.
Yeah, and you know, surprisingly, Xpan didn't use as much grenades as the other teams.
Yeah.
You know, they were relying a lot on that raw firepower. But one thing I also noticed, AJ, from all these player camps, is that they are talking a lot more. There's a lot more communication going on between the players. Usually, I mean, Cobra is still Cobra. He hardly pops off on winter camps. But the rest of the team, they are getting those messages through, and I think it's very, very integral to this squad.
And of course, at the end of the day, the Awakened Moko is going to help them a little bit as well. Axel, once again, plays that Awakened Moko to tag up all of those players. And the Moko is just such a super meta currently. Because
you can't get rid of it.
You get the hit, you mark. You stay there, they know where you are. You move, they know where you are longer.
Yeah.
You just can't run. You can run, but there's no way of hiding.
It's one of those abilities that you just, it's too good to pass up. Right?
Yeah.
Axel, well, your MVP, again, the AWN, you have AWM, you have the Falco as well for faster drop. Not like he needed it this round. Running the Homer as well. And which is interesting. Usually, sniper players, you don't expect them to play Homer. But in this case, we did see Axel in the front line, so that Homer gets put into good use. Overall, this was what he ran for majority of the rounds yesterday anyways. You have the you have the Moko, you have the Maro, and you have him with a sniper rifle. It's just a very standard, standard setup.
It's a standard sniper setup for sure that works wonders for Axel. And it was not just the setup, but it was his game sense and his understanding of the role that he plays. Because most of the snipers do not double back as a support healer of the team. This guy, he knows that he is going to be the one tasked to pick up all of the rest, because the ones who are capable of annihilating the opponents are with the rest of the team. You've got Too Fast in there, you've got X-Roy, you've got Cobra. I mean, X-Roy, he's just an obliterator, right? Cobra, do we even need to talk about him? And Too Fast is the one that holds back, usually with the grenades and all. But beautiful stuff, man. You just gotta love a team that plays their individual roles so well. But let's look at the popular weapons as well, Husky. No surprises here, is there?
No surprise. Probably the Scar, but overall the rest are the same, right? AC-80, that is a staple at this point. It's like a cereal for English breakfast. I don't know if they eat cereals as breakfast.
I guess they do. It's like roti canai for Malaysians.
True. Well, it's nasi lemak for me.
Fair enough.
Or dim sum. Well, you get the.
Or you can wrap some nasi lemak in roti canai and have the best of both worlds.
Or you can wrap nasi lemak in roti canai and steam it like a dim sum. I'm going too far with this.
I mean, for anyone that does not understand what is roti canai, what is nasi lemak, you guys drop us a message. Come down over to Malaysia. We'll show you a whole new world. 9 eliminations, 12 placement points. Expand, stepping it up for a total of 21 on their side from game number 1. GRC Aphrodite did fantastically well this time around with a total of 19 points. Unfortunate for them that they had to deal with Genesis Dogma before dealing with Expand, because there was such a huge possibility for GRC to take this Booyah as well. That unfortunately didn't go their way. But can I say how excited I am for the crazy consistency of LGDS?
Oh yeah, LGDS, 13 points, 4 place finish. They did fall in the hands of Expand, but that's just because Expand made a better strategic call towards the end, right?
Yep.
Nothing on LGDS.
Correct.
I think in a hit-to-hit gunfight, Expand does have the advantage overall, but to see them finish strong, I think for LGDS, you gotta be really happy. Just keep this up. Evo's Phoenix for 2 rounds in a row, so far not doing too well. At least for the previous round, they didn't get much points at all. And our current standings after 2 rounds, Expand is leading, AJ.
Yes, they are. I don't want to say it, but I will have to say it. Now, I'm not saying it to curse them. I'm saying it so they remain aware that when you are in front, you are at your most vulnerable.
Oh, yes.
But that does not mean you play passive. It still means you play careful into the mid circle, and then start hunting down for some kills. But of course, we'll leave it to Otomo. Clearly, as the coach of Expand, he has been working wonders with these boys. Eagle Esports in the second spot with a total of 13 points for themselves. SBTC in third place with a total of 26. LGDS in fourth spot. LGDS in fourth place. I'm going to put my money on LGDS that they win FFSI.
Look, it's
not a lot, but
look,
some money.
Winning FFSI is a long shot. I'm going to be honest. Making top 12, I think there's a possibility.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, I did put my name on that. My name is there. I put my money on LGDS at the start of day 1. I want to quickly point out SBTC so far. Yesterday they were struggling.
Yeah.
Today they have been doing pretty okay, right? Third place on after 2 rounds with 25 points. SBTC stepping up was what I wanted to see yesterday, and I'm glad that they're performing well today.
And I have nothing more to say apart from Group A really has to be proud of themselves because the group is shining. I was so hyped up on day number 1 because they were in play. And it wasn't because of EVOS Phoenix. They are in play again today. I'm hyped up again. And it's not because of EVOS Phoenix again. It's the rest of the teams within Group A that know that they have to hustle or else the world champs are going to whoop them.
And I think that is a very good thing about the competitive scene, right? Because we expect the world champions to be the spotlight, but it's not on them, right? Everyone is catching up. Free Fire is evolving. Everyone is getting better. The plays get crazier and crazier. We'll head for a short break and we'll come back for round number 3 on Alpine.
Queremos vencer a Tailândia porque eles são os atuais campeões mundiais.
ไม่พูดเยอะเจ็บคอ
Cakap banyak tak guna. Biar keputusan yang berbicara. Jadi kepada tim-tim yang wakil daripada setiap region, hati-hati dengan tim MCPS. #tebus maruah.
ทุกทีมระวังตัวไว้นะครับ ปีนี้ผมจะมาเอาแชมป์แน่นอนครับ
Kerana terlalu yakin, korang akan kehilangan buya.
Buat region yang pede banget, beda lawan, beda zaman bos. Indonesia Neo Era siap juara.
Semua tim sih pengen kita kalahin, soalnya kita pengen juara.
Talvez eu só dizia bom jogo, porque esta vez foi a nossa vez. Na próxima talvez será a deles.
ถ้าให้1-1กับใครหรอครับ คงจะเป็นเฟิร์สไรเดอร์อยากส่งวาสนาไปสู้กับนอตจะได้ดูสมน้ำสมเนื้อกันหน่อย
Menurut gua yang paling pede itu ya tim Thailand. Semoga kalian ingat kejadian di Garrison waktu itu.
เดี๋ยวผมส่งโมชิไปให้ไปสู้กับทีมแฟตทีมแฟตจะเรียกใครมาสู้ก็ได้ครับโมชิไหวหมดทุกคน
Thành tích tốt nhất của team chúng mình là liên tục đạt top đội tuyển mạnh nhất trong khu vực Việt Nam và chúng mình luôn luôn cố gắng và không biết sợ ai cả.
ก็ฝากถึงทีมแฟตนะครับ ก็เข้ารอบมาทุกรอบก็ไม่เห็นสมหวังสักที
Khi mà team chúng mình chiến thắng các đội Thái Lan thì chắc chắn một điều là Việt Nam number one.
ทีมแฟตอย่าเพิ่งมั่นใจลองจะแพ้แล้วกัน
ฝากถึงอินโดนะครับ ครั้งที่แล้วแค่อ่อนให้ ครั้งเนี้ยของจริง
Indonesia dominasi Asia nih bos. F Indo juara.
มั่นใจไปเปล่า ถ้ามั่นใจมากเดี๋ยวผมจะทำให้จบ 12 ทั้ง 6 เกม
ฝากถึงทีมอินโดนะครับ ระวังโดนสิงโตกัดนะจ๊ะ
Untuk region yang pede banget, gak usah sok pede lah. Lihat aja ntar.
ก็มาดิวะอินโด
Easy win bro
Queremos vencer a Tailândia porque eles são os atuais campeões mundiais.
ไม่พูดเยอะเจ็บคอ
Cakap banyak tak guna. Biar keputusan yang berbicara. Jadi kepada tim-tim yang wakil daripada setiap region, hati-hati dengan tim MCPS. #tebus maruah.
ทุกทีมระวังตัวไว้นะครับ ปีนี้ผมจะมาเอาแชมป์แน่นอนครับ
Kerana terlalu yakin, korang akan kehilangan buya.
Buat region yang pede banget, beda lawan, beda zaman bos. Indonesia Neo Era siap juara.
There's something in his eyes. There's a storm within, but it's written in the sky. Let it break me till it's over. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me Nothing's gonna stop me. No one will ever get left behind. A million more before I've tried. Won't let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Let it make me go under. Let it make me go under. So now it's time.
Welcome back, survivors. This is the best Free Fire action you can find out there on the internet right now. This is the Free Fire SEA Invitationals, and I tell you, the matches are as hot as ever. I am the Mustachio AJ down here with Husky, and we are your casters for the day. And I think today might just be the most fun we've had on FFSI.
Every day is fun, AJ. What are you talking about?
It just gets better and better and better.
Yeah, that is a better way to put it. I thought I casted like 6 rounds, but apparently we just got done with 2. But
I feel like it was just one match. It's like so quick.
No, I felt like we casted a lot more than that because it was so intense, right? 2 back-to-back rounds with just crazy plays, one after the other, whether it's individually, whether it's, a team-based play. Now we head into Alpine, and I'm even more excited for this because we talk about Expand so much. Alpine is one of their best map.
I don't want to curse them by any chance whatsoever. So let's take a look at the teams to look out for. Genesis Dogma, 100% top 3 rate alongside Team Flash as well as SBTC. Will this statistic make any bit of difference, you think?
I think probably not too much, though I would say that SBTC is having a better start compared to yesterday. Team Flash, they are suffering a little bit. In the previous round, I think they were getting hammered by SBTC. They were getting chased down by Eagle Esports. It seems like the Vietnamese team just don't like Team Flash, even though they're from the same region.
Yeah.
For Genesis Dogma, they also had a very rough round 1, and round 2 they were able to scrape by with 15 points. So I think this stats, even though they have top 3 finishes on Alpine, it's not the be-all end-all.
15 points from one match is very decent. Genesis Dogma has more than a solid chance to bounce right back into action, back into top flight mode once again, and continue overtaking everybody else. But EVOS Phoenix wants to shut them down. Expand wants to take that number 1 spot. Everybody wants to go for broke, but exactly who can pull that off, we will see as we head on into Alpine. It's going to be potentially a very flat flight path yet again. We will be able to find out in 3 seconds. And it is going to be
very fair.
Another fair flight path.
Very, very fair. So Expand most likely will go for Forest Red, and at least we know the teams from Group B, no one drops Forest Red, so Expand were not contested yesterday.
Yep.
But I wonder if that would remain the same today.
LGDS as well as GRC at Blueville, that could be a potential collision unless one of them smartened up, took a look at the recordings and decided to switch up their drop spot.
And also for Farangs, Jezbu is going to play in this map, so Spade would be out as well, get a sub in. So it's a bit of a switch up for Farangs' composition. Once more Forest Raid. All right, Team Flash. We've completely forgot about this. Team Flash loves Forest Raid. That's what stopped Expand and FFWS. But I wonder if Team Flash would drop nearby. They did fly through. Zeo Esports though, they are going to lose Izagot to kick things off. Meanwhile, you also have MGE facing off against Farang.
MG is not an easy team, but this is a hot drop. So it's 50-50. Craven backs away. Wasana has got a Vector? UMP at the very least in the hand of his friend. So Farang has got a decent chance here. Gotta love that ballerina tutu. As Faiz backs away, this is a Mac 10 craze that might just be able to put them all on the ground. Alif manages to get one with the mini Uzi. Wasana responds with a good headshot out of the vector. Craven from afar, and Faiz fails with the Mac 10. How do you do that?
Get double swung. There's too many bullets for one guy to deal with. Jembao able to buy some distance from afar, still trying to punish Magic Esports, so not all hope is lost. Farang able to get their members back up. In fact, Jesbu goes for the boost, able to get rid of the confinements of their glue wall. So Farang can still continue to take on Magic Esports. Jembao walks into that building, instantly gets shot, able to walk right out, gets down by Saming, but Jesbu comes in for the backup. Donbu is behind him. This looks like the church meme. Everyone is behind one another. No, Farang able to get their members back up. Ali puts down the glue wall. Donbu still goes for the swing. Jembao gets brought back low, and it's going to be a 1 versus 1.
Longest fight in my life. Craven cannot be picked up just yet. Donbu's waiting for him to come by. No glue walls to erect just yet. He gets slowed down. Homer's getting his work done. Jembal and Aleph can go in for the finisher, but Donbu manages to get the pickup in the nick of time. Backs away. 77 HP. Gets tagged up as well. Aleph very low on HP, but he could not finish off Donbu. Now Donbu has got an opportunity to recover, but he's all out of medkit, all out of utilities. Only the Mac 10, but it's a really good gun in close quarters.
Yeah, his health is slowly regenerating, but it's not enough. You can see Aleph, he has the Homer drone as well. That will allow him to hunt out Donbu. And Magic Esports first him get knocked out. And on top of that, when Jembao brought Aleph back up, he actually had the medic gun, so Jembao got healed to full health.
Yeah.
They are going to win out regardless in terms of health pool. Meanwhile, Alpha, they have 4 eliminations already, getting pincered by Ego. And Jazaria once more able to save Gatao. That's point number 5.
Jazaria's my MVP on the side of Alpha anytime, any day. This woman is an absolute beast when it comes to Free Fire. She just makes all of the female players around the world so proud. She represents all of them.
Oh, she definitely does. Even for MCPS, we had one consistent female player. We just didn't get to see her much, right? Panda, we've seen her before.
Yeah, she's the backup.
She's the backup.
Jazaria,
that's the main roster.
She's like not just main roster, she's the main player.
3 eliminations under her belt. Even on day 1, she was the one that has been putting on a lot of the numbers for Alpha. And I think they need that because the first 2 rounds for Alpha have not been kind at all. Vastly different from the day 1 performance, the day 1 opener that we saw from Alpha. If they can bounce back on Alpine, they will have a good chance.
I mean, you know what they say, right? I mean, you compare the ladies to the guys, the female instincts are so much more stronger. You know, in the first day, we just saw her survivability with the game sense just being so strong. She was always the final survivor, always circling into those right positions to, at the very least, get those placement points for the team because there's just no way to bring the rest of the boys back. So it's just those type of moments that just makes me fall in love with Jazaria's plays more and more. Let's see if or not she can help the rest of Team Alpha climb up the leaderboard little by little because goodness knows they desperately need to climb.
Oh, they 100% do. And it's a good chance for them to overtake some of the teams on the leaderboard, right? It's not they started the day on a bad position. They've only played 6 rounds so far. Well, by the end of day 1, EVOS Phoenix.
Jazaria bringing back the full squad.
He just needs a bit more time.
Come on.
She just needs a bit more time.
Jazaria.
She's done it.
She gets it done, but can she also get one quick knock before getting taken out of the equation? Jazaria backs away. It's a 1v2. Good glue wall. Jazaria still alive and kicking, but get high. It took 3 guys to take her down. Jazaria is a monster.
She has done the bare minimum. Bring the rest of Alpha back, and that is a very honorable death in the hands of EVOS Phoenix. There's nothing much that she could do. So Alpha gets to live on, and if they can find the vending machine, they can bring her back. And you'll have the full Alpha team again. Meanwhile, Farang, after taking out MGE, now will face off against SBTC. Tyson did see Jembao, and SBTC, not sure if they know they're getting pinned, but what a shot from Tyson!
This guy. M82B.
The Raphael, man. Jembao just instantly bled out.
M82B, usually you'd expect it to, I guess, shoot through a couple of glue walls, shoot through a couple of vehicles. But no, that was just an instant lock-on, instant annihilation. Like you said, Raphael, 90% faster bleed. But you might as well just change that to 300% because the guy barely had a chance to get picked up.
They should get the second one as well. Fire is in the arsenal. Jesbu actually got taken out as by Artemis. So that's 2 members down from far round, but the problems have just begun. Because look now who is on the horizon. It's GD.
That's it.
That's Dows. Completely blows up Alif to smithereens, and Fire is just gonna put down 10,000 blue walls. Gets the monster trap. Okay. 28 health. Can he survive?
Can he?
No. Can't do it. Can't do it. Kiki found him.
Kiki found him in a car and literally took his head off. Fantastic plays out of Kiki. Firefall delivers. Tyson with M82. But he can't do much. Pulls out a campfire. Guy wants to roast a little bit of a fish that he caught from the river just beside his location. But I don't think that's a good time for that now. He needs to back away, catch up with the rest of SBTC. And they are just right behind the horizon there. So Genesis Dogma, quick clip, but that's all they're going to get out of SBTC.
There is one SBTC member on the far north. So he will be able to scout out the location of GD. But I think SBTC, they're looking to rendezvous with one another. Not going to take this fight at all. So GD not going to waste too much time also. While that was happening, G18 was able to brought back Zazaria. So Alpha has the full squad again. Tyson somehow still gets sniped by Kiki. GD, after getting that knock, I think they're going to stay around. And they might even go for the rush.
Yeah, they are coming in for the rush most definitely. Borges. But they're not going to get here in time. The recovery is going to be quick. Tyson should be able to patch himself back up. Woodpecker in the hands of Han. Han does have got a launcher in his hands as well. Let's see if or not that's going to do any bit of damage. That launcher is usually going to be able to lock onto vehicles. No vehicles on the side of Genesis Dogma. And the damage to those glue walls isn't all that too fancy. Dels puts Neo down on the ground. SBTC on the back foot, but Tyson once again delivers as he knocks down Borges. But Han from afar, he's got the Drogon. Can Han get the job done? No, yours backs away.
They have the glue wall though to isolate these spies. This is also a fight between Tyson and Kiki, both playing supporting fire from long range as well. And Han, he's gonna get time to recover himself, and the best part is they found Kiki!
Wow!
They actually sniped Kiki, so no more support fire for GD! Dels is in a horrible spot. Tyson wins out the sniper battle, and GD, they might have just met their maker. SBTC looking for the finishing blow, and GD loses out on this one. SBTC continues to roll.
Double Drogon. If you're wondering what shotgun you want to be picking up, it's the new baby in town. There's no way that gun fails you. Just so much of firepower. The rate of fire is fantastic. I mean, it's gonna shy slightly lower rate of fire than the Mag 7, but nobody's gonna complain, all thanks to the shot accuracy as well as the power in terms of depleting the HP of your opponents. Drogon's the way to go, but 2E just firing at nothing right now. Takes down that one glue wall, shuts down the player, Bloody bleeds out. That's a force bleed, and the rest of 2E just scrambling around to look for more of Team Flash. Now that boulder to protect them, but that glue wall is, sorry, not the glue wall, the blue zone is going to be pushing them in soon.
Yeah, they also send out the UAV, so that allows them to not only clear out the area, but also rotate further to attempt to kind of pincer or push or flush Team Flash out. Team Flash were able to get away for now, but 2E can easily chase after them if they want to. I mean, Team Flash even left the truck behind. So free vehicle for Ego Esports to acquire if they do wish to go for it. Team Flash still made it out with 3 members. That is not too bad.
Genesis Dogma going down this early yet again is just such a shocker. I mean,
it's good for Expand because they are chasing on the leaderboard, you know.
I mean, leaving Expand out of this, I just want to talk about Indonesia as a whole because this seems to be a trend now. This exact same thing happened to First Raiders Eclipse. Breakout round in the debut day, comes in into day 2, and they get snuffed out. 0 points in 2 rounds. Nothing much to shout about in a couple of others. It was a very painful second day for First Raiders. It's turning out to be the exact same thing for Genesis.
It could be the rock, paper, scissors effect, right? You know, Group A is better against Group C better against Group B, and you know, and so on and so forth. Maybe that is kind of the remedy that you need to keep the competition exciting. But regardless of that, we're also seeing Team Flash getting pincered by Ego Esports and LGDS. Alpha still has 2 members left. I think it's the full team because they are in vehicles. But LGDS, they are holding pretty good areas, and they also get to gatekeep potentially Alpha, who are passing through right now. This is an important fight.
We can thank Jazaria for the survivability of Alpha, bringing the whole squad back in, sacrificing herself, but the boys have done her well by bringing her back into the mix as well. And now everybody's being pinched down by Roro. Look at the flank from the right-hand side. But we have to switch on over to GRC as they move on in to sweep out SE. Neo as well as Hand backing each other up. Is a double Trogon action once again. But Faiz does manage to take Artemis out of the equation. Double Trogon, can it respawn? It goes on to take down one glue wall first. Second glue wall goes down as well. 18 Dia gets picked right back up. Raz steps on out. And 18 Dia with the M1887.
Neo rushes in without support, actually gets caught off guard. Instead, GRC now has a chance. Tyson also gets found. The turnaround from GRC at the very end to eliminate SBTC. But the problems are not over as Evo's Phoenix swoops in and wipes out the remnants of GRC. 5 teams left. Alpha against LGDS. Desira goes down. G18 also follows her. And LGDS once more makes it to top 4.
LGDS. You know what will complete my day? Watching this team get a booyah. That's all I want right now for LGDS. Get a booyah.
Oh, they're getting very close, AJ.
But Expand, of course, is going to be aiming for that as well. They've been having a fantastic day, and so far they've been keeping quiet, just like what I want. But EVOS Phoenix right behind them. And having 2E on that right-hand side isn't going to be doing them any bit of favor, but the circle favors Expand, moves in right directly to them. At the very edge of that circle towards Sunside, though, stands EVOS Phoenix, who have been keeping their heads down and very, very quiet all this while, just like Expand. And that only means both these teams have been saving up those resources.
And Expand now to get control majority of the circle, and I like that EVO's Phoenix. I'm going to go for the rotation. They're going to be coming in from Sunside. Meanwhile, Eagle Esports, they are going to start to work on LGDS, who does barely make it to the edge of base camp. That's where they have houses to work with, but they cannot stay here for too long. The circle doesn't encompass that area, and they have to go through the entirety of Eagle Esports.
I don't really like the position that EVOS Phoenix is holding on to right now. It's going to be a very tricky situation for them to squeeze into this next circle. And they have to depend on this distraction. But even though this distraction is there, Expand has got their hands free. Expand will be able to gatekeep EVOS Phoenix, so we need to see exactly how that one pans out. In the meantime, it's going to be LGDS. 3v2, all thanks to 2E spreading out, playing that buddy system and giving advantage to LGDS.
Ung actually walked all the way to the window to put a trip mine in case Eagle Esports got a bit too aggressive. But you have Queen of Nine from afar as well, providing support. Sniper as always, both teams trading one, but it's always going to favor Eagle Esports because they have the numbers. Dian getting blocked out by the glue wall. Ung trying to bring his teammates back up. But Dian is going to find Ung as well. LGDS slowly getting worked on. Yuan against Darklov. This is crucial. Last man alive against the rest of Eagle Esports. Just not going to work out. Izagod gets the deed done. Top 3 inbound, and EVOS Phoenix shows up.
And EVOS Phoenix finally takes advantage. And no gatekeeping at all from Expand because the players on the side of EVOS Phoenix were so well hidden and they've played that timing so good. But now EVOS Phoenix out in the open, circle closing in. Expand has a boulder, 2E in the best position to play defensively. Izagod is brought right back in through Dian's sacrifice of his HP, and Izagod flies outside of the circle just so that he can get a little bit of extra loot for himself. He's got that HP to do it. And Expand takes initiative. They're moving straight to EVOS Phoenix. One grenade comes on through first, but they pop the Steffi. God gets that got nade, and Too Fast goes down. Cobra down on the ground as well as Dark Love interferes from all up afar. Jonah with the Trogon. X-Roy goes down. This is all crumbling down very quickly for Expand.
Queen of Night is helping out Expand, but Expand, they're losing members so fast. Only 2 more left. EXO gets down by the grenade launcher, and EVOS Phoenix wins that one pretty handily. A very bold attempt from Expand, but EVOS Phoenix just better, having the grenade launcher to help them out. But now 2E, they're going to take advantage of EVOS Phoenix vulnerability. They have the members, but can they down EVOS Phoenix? Jonah taking on 2 at once. Godcruise sustaining damage, gets bombed. The grenade launcher in his own hand took himself out. Now 2E has a great chance to win this unless Get High can hold the flank. Dian losing health to the blue zone. Get High holds on. Jonah staying alive. They are both split on each other, but Jonah has a boulder to work with. Queen of Night is in the front line. Dark Love helping him from behind. Get High, he's going to start pushing in.
Let's see if or not Jonah can be that survivor because he does have 2 great guns. He's got the Trogon and the AC-80. AC-80 pops off first. Dark Love backs away. He pops the Steffi. No grenades are going to do much. Jonah pops his Steffi as well. Get High pushes on 4. It's going to be the Charge Buster. Charge Buster gets 1 quick hit. Pulls out the campfire as well. Dark Love comes on close. And the Trogon versus Trogon. Jonah doesn't fight him, but Dark Love goes down. Now 1v2. Q of Night backs away, but he's got the AWM plus the M82. But what can he do with this sniper? deliver. Now, EVOS Phoenix needs to do absolutely nothing. Throws on an ice grenade, a double ice grenade. Q of 9 goes down. This is a win for EVOS Phoenix. What a booyah!
Q of 9 could not find the angle to help Darklove. You can see the ideation from 2E. Darklove holds the front line with the blue wall to allow these long range snipes, but EVOS Phoenix did not give this sniper a single chance. What do we say, AJ? They start off slow, they always bounce back. EVOS Phoenix with this booyah, incredibly strong statement. And it's not like they were walking over teams, right? They were getting ran at by teams.
If you have Jonah or Mochi still alive and it's crunch time, they are going to deliver no matter what. Now, I love that the fact that Q of 9 played his usual strategy of peeling away, but once he had moved away, I want to see suppressive fire. I want to see shot after shot after shot, stopping Jonah from approaching Darklove. That did not happen. He just wanted to stay hidden away. Darklove had to go up against two players all on his own. He had the Drogon, a great shotgun, but what can you do 1v2?
Yeah, just a very tough position for 2E to be in, and I think EVOS Phoenix, once more, just making better decisions, better mechanics in clutch moments to win that round.
For sure.
But again, it's a hard-fought round, right? EVOS Phoenix, it was a good chance that X-Man could have wiped them out.
Yeah.
All these micro moments that led up to that booyah, I think for EVOS Phoenix, even themselves felt like it wasn't like before, where they were walking over teams.
Either way, 2E had a fantastic round.
Oh, yes.
I think a massive round in terms of eliminations. They get into that final circle. They get second spot. 2E is not going to complain. Of course, the icing on the cake would have been a booyah as well after such a massive round of eliminations. But it's okay, because at the end of the day, this was a team that was struggling on their debut day, and now they are on the way right back up the leaderboards. I love the way they are playing. I love the fact that Q of 9 has finally turned on his God mode.
Yeah, and the two teams that did better compared to 2E in the earlier debuts, Team Flash, especially Team Flash, they are not having a good time at all. SBTC also did very well in these 3 rounds. Expand also having top 3 finishes through and throughout. We're seeing the rise of some of the teams that we wanted to see more out of from yesterday.
And we're getting exactly what we wanted. I mean, call it fate, call it whatever you want, but it is also the hustle from some of these teams who know that if they don't really work hard today, the journey is just going to get tougher and tougher, because yes, we've got 6 days of group stages, but as a team, you only have 4 play days. So this is already the 2nd day. You have to make sure you get everything pushed out there, because you never know what's the response going to be like from some of these other teams who might just hustle harder than you. I mean, if you can do it, they surely can do it. This is, at the end of the day, FFSI. The creme de la creme of Free Fire teams are in here, and anything can happen. Clearly, it's happening right now.
It definitely is, and when we draw the curtains eventually at the end of the night, all the teams would have passed the halfway point.
Yes.
And Group B, they were the first batch to do so, right?
Yeah.
Yesterday was their last day of week 1, and that's why today we don't see them. But when you put that into perspective, 4 days of play day is not a lot at all. It's definitely more compared to previous format.
Yes.
But it passes by really, really fast. EVOS Phoenix getting their 3rd booyah in the group stage. They have, 12 eliminations and a booyah, 24 massive points, and just a great round towards the very end. Most of these eliminations came in top 3.
I mean, Jonah being the captain, he's the one that goes out there and he leads the team. But the in-game shot caller is God Cruz. And the guy's decision-making capability to direct the team members where to go, what to do, seems to be in perfect combination with exactly what they can get done out there. And at the end of the day, when push comes to shove, you know they can always count on 2 guys. The captain himself, Jonah, or the hidden wonder power called Moshi, who's able to take 1v3s, 1v4s, and not even have one strand of hair fall down at his face.
Let me again, right? This guy, his hair is so tall, it breaks through. It breaks through the overlay that we had. Okay.
Yeah.
We just could not contain the beast that is Moshi's hair. Let's look at EVOS Phoenix's team comp. I don't expect too much of a difference. Double Steffi, you have a Skylar and an A124. It's one of the few teams that doesn't run a homer, right? Yeah. Most of the times you see double homer, double Steffi. In this case, they have the Skylar and A124, which is perfect when you go into those final few moments. You are taking down glue walls without having to worry about not having glue wall mounters. The A124 to stop all these opponent abilities is just perfect while defending yourself with Steffi.
the one biggest difference that you can see from the world champs is the fact that they run a meta that no other teams are currently doing. All 4 players having J-Beams. Now, one might ask, what in the world is the use of having 4 players run J-Beams, right? Because technically, that one good buff can serve the whole team well, but that's only in a 15-meter radius. And usually you see EVOS Phoenix, the way they play it, they break off into a buddy system. They don't know who's going to be beside whom. And J-Beams, not only does he manage to give you that extra bit of armor, but it also adds on to your EP when your partner beside you gets shot.
Yeah.
So
everyone is a battery.
Everybody is a battery, right? They charge each other up. This is such a smart meta being played by your current world champs that other teams need to actually jump onto.
And I think only this is the only team, or one of the 2-3 teams that runs 4 JBs, right? We saw a couple of teams have JBs, but not on all 4 members.
Correct. Yeah, it's actually a very, very smart move because J-Beams and his passive capability might not be something to really scream about when you compare it to, you know, the Awakened Kelly or the Awakened Hayato or even Alvaro. But whatever it is, if you really know how to use these small little passive skills in the best way possible, of course, partnered up with really, really good gun skills, you are going to rise up to the top. And that shows why EVOS Phoenix is so aggressive out there on the battlefield when they move together in pairs.
Yeah, and that's why when they got taken out early on in round 2, they still came back and won these fights, right? You know, it's a mixture of experience, it's a mixture of confidence, aggression, and just a very unique way of running their composition. Popular weapons for round 3, AC-80 once more, but now we see the UMP, we see the Parafoul. We have not seen them before.
I mean, we've seen them once or twice. This popular weapon thing is just all the teams out there picking up whatever in the world they can and then running straight at the circle, right? At the end of the day, it is going to be how they use the guns. And I have a feeling like it's not that I have a feeling. I have seen the meta grow in the world of Free Fire alongside you, Husky, for the past 2 years. There used to be a time where regardless of what gun you get, you throw it away and you only focus on one meta gun.
People were fighting mid to long range fights with Vector Akimbo. That's how ridiculous that meta was.
And Garena has just grown that meta out so well now that there's such a great balance that in each and every single gun category, you still don't have just one specific SMG or one specific sniper or one specific shotgun. It's just so well balanced with each individual guns having their own good abilities.
Yeah, I've been reading up on game design lately and I think they're making fantastic game design choices.
Yes.
You know, 10 out of 10.
Agreed.
EVOS Phoenix with a Booyah and 12 eliminations, getting 24 points. Eagle Esports, not too shabby, right? 23 points off of this round. LGDS once more scores a top 3 finish in terms of points. You have SBTC to follow. Alpha also not too shabby. Expand this time, well, no eliminations for them. They did get 8 placement points, so they finished 3rd. Completely acceptable, right? They were trying to fight EVOS Phoenix, okay? Just calm down, AJ. This one is a unique case.
Fine. The fact that they were in the #1 spot after the first 2 games, this is excusable. Genesis Dogma does slightly worse than Expand, which is unfortunate for a team that had such a good streak yesterday. I was hoping for them to really step it up on day #2. But for sure, the one thing that they can still expect is to break the record of their brothers, which is First Raiders Eclipse. Farang, though, the team from MCPS, they seem to be, I mean, saying that they're struggling is an understatement. They're doing as badly as Alpha, and Alpha has been struggling in their own accord.
I mean, even Team Flash has been struggling. They were getting taken out by Eagle Esports. They were getting taken out by SBTC Esports.
Yeah.
I know it feels so coincidental that the Vietnam teams are taking out Team Flash out of all the teams we have, but overall Team Flash gotta buckle up for the last 3 rounds. And just off of a good round 3, Eagle Esports placed themselves in 1st place temporary with 53 points. Expand still not doing too shabby with 47, but just one good round for EVOS Phoenix places them in 3rd.
I like what both MCPS as well as Vietnam is doing. They're breathing a breath of fresh new air into the competition. It's not just going to be a one-sided region domination, whether it's Indonesia or Thailand jumping on in and claiming this competition to be theirs. Vietnam says, dude, we are still here. We can play. We sure as hell can get a booyah for ourselves. Expand clearly proving it for MCPS. So this competition is still wide open for anyone's taking because at the end of the day, we are just at the halfway point.
I mean, even LGDS is in 4th place with 37 points.
Yes!
That's a higher average. That's a higher average than what we saw last time on the World Series stage.
And when we hype up LGDS, we by no way mean like, it was a lucky run or whatever. So much of improvement in the team.
Yeah.
I am shocked out of my brain.
Yeah, just to give, the bar for LGDS is certainly a bit different compared to the more experienced team.
Yes.
But with that being said, they are still delivering more than what I expected.
Because unfortunately, you and I can only come up with these predictions based on data.
Yeah.
We don't just look at a team, look at the names and say, he's going to do bad, he's going to do great. No, it's on historical data and it's based on all of the plays that we have had the pleasure of shoutcasting as well. LGDS just was the team that used to come in and make these absolute boo-boos and get kicked out so early in these rounds, and you'd just be sitting down there wondering, what in the world's happening? But they're climbing right back up with consistent plays. You gotta love it, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. But now at this point in time, we gotta take a quick short break. When we come back, it's game number 4.
Em tự tin 80% bởi vì bọn em có kỹ năng rất là cao.
Ưu điểm của team mình đó chính là sự tự tin và tinh thần đoàn kết. Sự gắn kết sẽ là mấu chốt để cho chúng mình chiến thắng ở giải đấu lần này.
Mình rất tự tin bởi vì đây là cùng giao chơi của SE.
ดูมีผมไปหรือเปล่า
มั่นใจเกินไปหรือเปล่าลองจะแพ้แล้วกัน
Đích của bọn mình là biến nhà vô địch thành cựu vương.
100% team mình sẽ chiến thắng. Giải đấu lần này thì mình thấy Evos Thái Lan khá là tự tin, nhưng mà các bạn quên rằng là những đội cho dù không vô địch nhưng mình thì cũng có thể kéo các bạn không vô địch cùng.
Tụi mình muốn gửi lời thách đấu đến đội tuyển Evos Phoenix. Hãy coi chừng tụi mình.
โอ้ยโว้แล้วพี่พวกพี่ก็แค่อดีต
ไม่พูดเยอะเจ็บคอ
بكل صراحة يعني السيرفر مثل ما معروف الجميع الذي يريد كل أحد يتغلب عليه هو السيرفر التايلاندي، ونكونوا بالصراحة يعني الفريق الحلي حتى هو ثاني كل أحد يريد يتغلب عليه هو فريق إيفوس.
มั่นใจเกินไปหรือเปล่าลองจะแพ้แล้วกัน เปอร์เซ็นต์ที่จะชนะผมคิดว่า 99% นะครับ อีก 1% ให้ทีมอื่นเขาได้เล่นบ้างครับ
إيفوس ستخسرون بسبب ثقتكم الزائدة. إيفوس كومادي خاب.
Strong, the best and crazy. Queremos vencer a Tailândia porque eles são os atuais campeões mundiais. Na verdade, eu não me importo se eles estão a treinar muito ou pouco. Eu quero que a minha equipa esteja na sua melhor fase, quero que eles treinem entre si e isso para mim é o suficiente. A minha equipa está na melhor fase e não preocupar-me com o trabalho dos outros. Basta jogar melhor que todos eles.
ก็แชมป์โลก 2 สมัยครับ ก็มีให้เห็นอยู่ครับ อะไรที่ทำให้ทีมผมมั่นใจแล้วครับ ก็มาตรฐานของทีมสูงครับ แล้วก็ตัวผู้เล่นเก่งทุกคนด้วยครับ
เดือดดุดัน ก็ไม่มีอะไรต้องกลัวครับ เจอก็ใส่
A maior vantagem da região da Tailândia é o conhecimento que eles têm sobre o jogo, mas já estamos a trabalhar sobre isso e a treinar a cada dia para conseguirmos vencê-los desta vez.
ถึงฝั่งตรงข้ามจะซ้อมมาหนัก แต่พวกผมซ้อมมาหนักกว่า และศึกษาแผนของเขาเป็นอย่างดี
Também estou confiante para vos ganhar. Venham, vou-vos ganhar também.
Em tự tin 80% bởi vì bọn em có kỹ năng rất là cao.
Ưu điểm của team mình đó chính là sự tự tin và tinh thần đoàn kết. Sự gắn kết sẽ là mấu chốt để cho chúng mình chiến thắng ở giải đấu lần này.
Mình rất tự tin bởi vì đây là cùng giao chơi của SE.
ดูมีผมไปหรือเปล่า
มั่นใจเกินไปหรือเปล่าลองจะแพ้แล้วกัน
Đích của bọn mình là biến nhà vô địch thành cựu vương.
100% team mình sẽ chiến thắng.
Giải đấu lần này thì mình thấy Evos Thái Lan khá là tự tin, nhưng mà các bạn quên rằng là những đội cho dù không vô địch như mình thì cũng có thể kéo các bạn không vô địch cùng.
Tụi mình muốn gửi lời thách đấu đến đội tuyển Evos Phoenix. Hãy coi chừng tụi mình.
โอ้ยโว้แล้วพี่ก็แค่อดีต
ไม่พูดเยอะเจ็บคอ
بكل صراحة يعني السيرفر مثل ما معروف الجميع الذي يريد كل أحد يتغلب عليه هو السيرفر التايلاندي، ونكونوا بالصراحة يعني الفريق الحلي حتى هو ثاني كل أحد يريد يتغلب عليه هو فريق إيفوس.
มั่นใจเกินไปหรือเปล่าลองจะแพ้แล้วกัน เปอร์เซ็นต์ที่จะชนะผมคิดว่า 99% นะครับอีก 1% ให้ทีมอื่นเขาได้เล่นบ้างครับ
إيفوس ستخسرون بسبب ثقتكم الزائدة. إيفوس كوما دي خاب.
Strong, the best, and crazy. Queremos vencer a Tailândia porque eles são os atuais campeões mundiais. Na verdade, eu não me importo se eles estão a treinar muito ou pouco. Eu quero que a minha equipa esteja na sua melhor fase, quero que eles treinem entre si e isso para mim é o suficiente. A minha equipa está na melhor fase e não me preocupar-me com o trabalho dos outros. Basta jogar melhor que todos eles.
ก็แชมป์โลก2 สมัยครับก็มีให้เห็นอยู่ครับอะไรที่ทำให้ทีมผมมั่นใจแล้วครับก็มาตรฐานของทีมสูงครับแล้วก็ตัวผู้เล่นเก่งทุกคนด้วยครับ
เดือดดุดัน ก็ไม่มีอะไรต้องกลัวครับ เจอก็ใส่
A maior vantagem da região da Tailândia é o conhecimento que eles têm sobre o jogo, mas já estamos a trabalhar sobre isso e a treinar a cada dia para conseguirmos vencê-los desta vez.
ถึงฝั่งตรงข้ามจะซ้อมมาหนักแต่พวกผมซ้อมมาหนักกว่าและศึกษาแผนของเขาเป็นอย่างดี
Também estou confiante para vos ganhar. Venham, vou-vos ganhar também.
Em tự tin 80% bởi vì bọn em có kỹ năng rất là cao.
Ưu điểm của team mình đó chính là sự tự tin và tinh thần đoàn kết.
Sự gắn kết sẽ là mấu chốt để cho chúng mình chiến thắng ở giải đấu lần này.
Mình rất tự tin bởi vì đây là cùng giao chơi của SE thôi.
ดูมีผมไปหรือเปล่า
มั่นใจเกินไปหรือเปล่าลองจะแพ้แล้วกัน
Đích của bọn mình là biến nhà vô địch thành cựu vương.
100% team mình sẽ chiến thắng.
Giải đấu lần này thì mình thấy Evos Thái Lan khá là tự tin, nhưng mà các bạn quên rằng là những đội cho dù không vô địch như mình thì cũng có thể kéo các bạn không vô địch cùng.
Tụi mình muốn gửi lời thách đấu đến đội tuyển Evos Phoenix. Hãy coi chừng tụi mình.
โอ้ยโว้แล้วพี่ก็แค่อดีต
ไม่พูดเยอะเจ็บคอ
بكل صراحة يعني السيرفر مثل ما معروف الجميع الذي يريد كل أحد يتغلب عليه هو السيرفر التايلاندي، ونكونوا بالصراحة يعني الفريق الحلي حتى هو ثاني كل أحد يريد يتغلب عليه هو فريق إيفوس.
มั่นใจเกินไปหรือเปล่าลองจะแพ้แล้วกัน เปอร์เซ็นต์ที่จะชนะผมคิดว่า 99% นะครับอีก 1% ให้ทีมอื่นเขาได้เล่นบ้างครับ
إيفوس ستخسرون بسبب ثقتكم الزائدة. إيفوس كوما دي خاب.
Queremos vencer a Tailândia porque eles são os atuais campeões mundiais.
ไม่พูดเยอะเจ็บคอ
Cakap banyak tak guna. Biar keputusan yang berbicara. Jadi kepada tim-tim yang wakil daripada setiap region, hati-hati dengan tim MCPS. #tebus maruah.
ทุกทีมระวังตัวไว้นะครับ ปีนี้ผมจะมาเอาแชมป์แน่นอนครับ
Kerana terlalu yakin, korang akan kehilangan buya.
Buat region yang pede banget, beda lawan, beda zaman bos. Indonesia Neo Era siap juara.
Semua tim sih pengen kita kalahin, soalnya kita pengen juara.
Talvez eu só dizia bom jogo, porque esta vez foi a nossa vez. Na próxima talvez será a deles.
ถ้าให้1-1กับใครหรอครับ คงจะเป็นเฟิร์สไรเดอร์อยากส่งวาสนาไปสู้กับนอตจะได้ดูสมน้ำสมเนื้อกันหน่อย
Menurut gua yang paling pede itu ya tim Thailand. Semoga kalian ingat kejadian di Garrison waktu itu.
เดี๋ยวผมส่งโมชิไปให้ไปสู้กับทีมแฟดทีมแฟดจะเรียกใครมาสู้ก็ได้ครับโมชิไหวหมดทุกคน
Thành tích tốt nhất của team chúng mình là liên tục đạt top đội tuyển mạnh nhất trong khu vực Việt Nam và chúng mình luôn luôn cố gắng và không biết sợ ai cả.
ก็ฝากถึงทีมแฟดนะครับ ก็เข้ารอบมาทุกรอบก็ไม่เห็นสมหวังสักที
Khi mà team chúng mình chiến thắng các đội Thái Lan thì chắc chắn một điều là Việt Nam number one.
ทีมแฟดอย่าเพิ่งมั่นใจลองจะแพ้แล้วกัน
ฝากถึงอินโดนะครับ ครั้งที่แล้วแค่อ่อนให้ ครั้งเนี้ยของจริง
Indonesia dominasi Asia nih bos. Indo juara.
มั่นใจไปเปล่า ถ้ามั่นใจมากเดี๋ยวผมจะทำให้จบ 12 ทั้ง 6 เกม
ฝากถึงทีมอินโดนะครับ ระวังโดนสิงโตกัดนะจ๊ะ
Untuk region yang pede banget, gak usah sok pede lah. Lihat aja ntar.
ก็มาดิวะอินโด
Easy win bro
Strong, the best, and crazy. Queremos vencer a Tailândia porque eles são os atuais campeões mundiais. Na verdade, eu não me importo se eles estão a treinar muito ou pouco. Eu quero que a minha equipa esteja na sua melhor fase, quero que eles treinem entre si e isso para mim é o suficiente. A minha equipa está na melhor fase e não me preocupar-me com o trabalho dos outros. Basta jogar melhor que todos eles.
ก็แชมป์โลก2 สมัยครับ ก็มีให้เห็นอยู่ครับ อะไรที่ทำให้ทีมผมมั่นใจแล้วครับ ก็มาตรฐานของทีมสูงครับ แล้วก็ตัวผู้เล่นเก่งทุกคนด้วยครับ
เดือดดุดัน ก็ไม่มีอะไรต้องกลัวครับ เจอก็ใส่
A maior vantagem da região da Tailândia é o conhecimento que eles têm sobre o jogo, mas já estamos a trabalhar sobre isso e a treinar a cada dia para conseguirmos vencê-los desta vez.
ถึงฝั่งตรงข้ามจะซ้อมมาหนัก แต่พวกผมซ้อมมาหนักกว่า และศึกษาแผนของเขาเป็นอย่างดี
Também estou confiante para vos ganhar. Venham, vou-vos ganhar também.
Em tự tin 80% bởi vì bọn em có kỹ năng rất là cao.
Ưu điểm của team mình đó chính là sự tự tin và tinh thần đoàn kết. Sự gắn kết sẽ là mấu chốt để cho chúng mình chiến thắng ở giải đấu lần này.
Mình rất tự tin bởi vì đây là cùng giao chơi của SE thôi.
ดูนี่ผมไปหรือเปล่า
มั่นใจเกินไปหรือเปล่า ลองจะแพ้แล้วกัน
Đích của bọn mình là biến nhà vô địch thành cựu vương.
100% team mình sẽ chiến thắng. Giải đấu lần này thì mình thấy Evos Thái Lan khá là tự tin, nhưng mà các bạn quên rằng là những đội cho dù không vô địch như mình thì cũng có thể kéo các bạn không vô địch cùng.
Tụi mình muốn gửi lời thách đấu đến đội tuyển Evos Phoenix.
hãy coi chừng tụi mình.
โอ้ยโว้แล้วพี่พวกพี่ก็แค่อดีต
There's something in his eyes. There's a storm within, but it's written in the sky. Let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Won't let it make me go under. Won't let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me Nothing's gonna stop me. No one will ever get left behind. A million more before I've tried. Won't let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Let it make me go under. Let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. 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 Nothing's gonna stop me Nothing's gonna stop me
Welcome back to the Free Fire SEA Invitationals. We have just gone past the midway point for day number 3 of the group stage. It's about between A and C. Well, Group A and Group C. You're with us. My name is Husky. Once more, nothing has changed. I still am joined by the Mustachio AJ, and I am not complaining at all. We're heading to Nextera for game number 4.
Wait, why would you be complaining though?
That's what I just said. I am not complaining.
But the fact that you mentioned it,
it's called words of affirmation, AJ.
That's a negative affirmation.
No, that's a positive affirmation. I have
positive affirmations come along with positive words.
I have no complaints.
You need to go back to positive affirmation class.
I have nothing to say.
See, complain is a negative word.
It is.
We'll have this conversation off screen. Things to look out for in Nextera for sure. I want to see if or not the one and only Magic Esports can bounce right back up to the top, because dude, yesterday they ripped Nextera apart. Granted, they played 2 rounds, but they did phenomenally well on both.
And they need that breakout performance again, because so far on day 3 they have been struggling just a little bit.
Yeah.
You look at the current standings, they're not doing too well. I believe bottom 3 is where they're at, or bottom 5 in fact. You have Team Flash also, who is currently not doing well as well on day 3.
Yeah, Magic Esports, they started off great on Bermuda. I believe they got 9 placements, 9 eliminations, 18 points, very comfortable. And then came along game 2 and 3 where they just pretty much bombed out. But in Nextera, if they can recover a little bit of pacing, and then by God's grace, we get that randomizer to throw in Nextera again, this can be MGE's rise back up to the top.
I thought you want Bermuda.
I do, but for MGE's sake, bro.
For MGE, pick a lane, AJ. You can't go.
Pick a lane. I'm a caster. I have to love everyone equally. They are all my children.
We're gonna jump into Nextera and see if the children.
And I'm a good father, all right. I'm a good father. I don't play good, like choices like this is my favorite son. That's my favorite son. They're all my favorite sons.
I
and
can
one daughter.
Yes, I can. One daughter. Okay, yeah, right.
Zaria.
Yeah. I can confirm that 100%. Well, Magic Esports, they definitely would need a good round on Nextera. It's their strongest map. And for EVOS Phoenix, well, God Cruz will be subbed out for this round, already coming in. And we have seen this guy perform every now and then, even on FFWS. But this is a very interesting change, right? Because EVOS Phoenix just got a booyah on the previous round, and they're making that swap.
I am confused. Why would you take out your shot caller? Because now, I guess the ones that is going to be calling the shots would be Jonah. But God Cruz always has those phenomenal shot calls that has led EVOS Phoenix towards the top. So if this goes south, I'm going to be a little surprised with this whole change. But maybe there was something that was happening in the background that we, of course, are not wary of. There was a little bit of an extended break as well. You guys would have noticed. So,
or maybe, already it's just more comfortable on Nextera compared to God Cruz, right? Sometimes these situations do happen. I mean, even for Farang, Jemba or Jezbu is still playing. Spade will still be sitting out on this round.
I think that one was more towards a non-performance kind of a thing. So, because, I mean, let's face it, Farang has been non-performance.
They've been having a rough day for sure.
Wow.
Okay.
GE helping out Expand out of nowhere.
Yeah, they were really trying to put the pain on the Extra. It ends up losing a member to Wasana of all people for MG, who by the way was off screen. G18 actually found Tyson from SBTC with a multiple just isolated eliminations off screen. So 3 players out so far. But for Team Flash, this is also a squad that needs a recovery round because they have been really struggling in these close quarter combats, right? You look at day 1, they were taking initiatives, they were being active, they had a decent finish, but day 3 so far has been slow.
I love the fact that we saw Wasana get that first blood because we are expecting MGE to bounce right back up on this map. And they have started things off on a great note. Alpha, on the other hand, chasing off SBTC.
Yeah, they're really gonna chase?
Running. Tails between their legs. But Alpha's not doing much of that chasing. They're just like hanging around.
Well, Neo just got down.
All right.
G18.
Fair enough. Let's go.
And that's 2 free knockouts for Alpha.
You might as well stay at the vending machine and buy back more guys.
I know, he already left. He already left that area. I do not think he has enough. Remind actually spotted that straggler from SBTC. We'll check back in a bit. Meanwhile, EVOS Phoenix getting ran at by Ego Esports. Moshi cannot clutch this one, not in the early stages. Quay of 9 taking matters into his own hands. But it's just a single member of EVOS Phoenix, while Hightail Loot Zone controlled by Ego Esports.
Arguably 2v1, which usually Moshi can handle, but that's only after he has properly looted up, has got enough utilities to play around with his preferred gun. That was not the scenario. So it's all right. I'm sure he can bounce back a little bit later on because the rest of Team EVOS Phoenix is not on screen, and bringing their brother back is not going to be too much of a task for them. Genesis Dogma, on the other hand, skirting around the edge of the circle, playing in the swimming pool. It's not a swimming pool, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, 2 EVOS Phoenix members spotted out as well near Turbine. I believe they saw Moshi and Get High. You see the glue walls near the tree as well. So EVOS Phoenix, they're not really sticking together as 4, and they need time for Moshi to get those guns back up as well. And Genesis Dogma might have a chance to get these, these isolated kills. Gatao, always a very far member of the enemy team, can get the knockout. This is a slower start. Finally, we get some time to breathe. It has been a very fast-paced round so far. Fast-paced day so far.
Yeah, I mean, it's Nextera, man. Even if you had 5 teams in one compound, you're still gonna have a slow day because.
And to be fair, yesterday the fastest round was on Nextera.
Fair enough. Fair enough, right? That was quite unexpected.
It was a weird round.
Exactly. 2E loves playing at this spot, and I believe this was the exact 2 teams that was skirting around Farmtopia.
Oh yeah, we even have Queen of Night playing on the Travelator, or is it Dark Glove?
That
they really love the Travelator into grenade launcher thing. 18 days gonna get pressured just a little bit. GRC, they already are down 1 man, so this is not an easy fight by any means, and they're still sustaining damage. Ras, I don't know if you want to continue this. He does have the campfire, but 2E, they're sticking together as 4, so this makes it very hard for GRC to break through unless they can get rid of Queen of 9, but it's a very long shot.
Campfire is one of those things where you might as well use it if you have it. Tops up your HP just by, I think, 10 HP per second for a few seconds. Doesn't make a world of difference, but why would you waste it, man? Not everybody gets it.
Yeah, Ras down again. They actually brought back both of the fallen members. I think Liam is also back. They are still deciding to drop here on the high tier loot zone. I'm not sure if that's the play. Yours does go out as Evo's Phoenix. They're gonna get challenged by GD, but Evo's Phoenix getting the advantage just because they got the initial knock. Jonah running out into the open, spotting Dell, takes the 5, but it's a 1v2. Get High providing support from behind, already also running in. They want to save Jonah, but Get High ends up getting down as well, as GD holding on, already wants to help his teammate back up, but he's getting pressured from front and back. Dell's going for the double swing, Moshi by the side of Evo's Phoenix, and Moshi did just enough to get rid of Genesis Dogma.
Moshi once again saves the day. I mean, I've said this once, I said it twice, I'll say it all over again and again and again. Moshi, Jonah, you want to take them out first if you can. Find out exactly where they are and find out exactly who you're going up into battle with. Because these 2 guys, the clutch gods, I wouldn't say just of Evo's Phoenix. In the whole lobby, I don't see anyone with the bigger capability of clutching out these types of fights.
Not at that level, definitely not. Actually, Craven also remind as Alpha, they are suffering. They not only have to do with MGE, they also need to do with Expand, who are running towards them. There's a revival point controlled completely by Expand. Magic Esports, they will just start moving away from that area. Expand might have to fight through SBTC also.
I don't know who's tagging up X-Roy, but he's surely struggling as he tries to get into the circle. Desaria right in front. GRC taken out of the equation. Team Flash with a final nail in the coffin. They didn't do much, but they'll be happy to take away that elimination point. SBTC backs away. Tyson, no backup from the rest of his team members. He just got brought right back in, and he tried to spread up.
That is
away
a far
from everybody
circle.
else. And yeah, where are the rest of them?
This is a very far circle. That is why you saw MG travel, you see SBTC move away so fast, and Farang might just lose Jesbu if he drops down right there.
Yeah.
Expand needs to move though. This can get a bit concerning. You have a lot of ground to cover. You have Queen of 9, 2E covering that factory as well. Alpha getting eliminated. X-Roy putting the final nail in the coffin. So Alpha out in 9th place.
Saving Cobra as well, X-Roy, and then heals up his brother. Well played, back up by X-Roy. Expand 3 eliminations. Not playing that passive gameplay that I absolutely hate. The boys are not on fire, but they're building up this flame. Nice and easy. Let's see exactly how far they can push this. Farang kind of escaped because of that engagement. The rest of Team Expand kind of slowed down. So that's fortunate for Farang. They will survive. I mean, 2 players lost already. They cannot take any more risks.
Oh yeah. For Evo's Phoenix, they are also taking it very slow. Just on the edge of the circle, they can expect Evo's Phoenix to start moving in just a little bit. They did send out a recon squad, so Museum is completely cleared. Meanwhile, LGDS just touched down in the circle. They might have to deal with Team Flash who are right in front of them, and I think LGDS, they're aware of this scenario. They're getting ready. They're just holding the compound, making sure that they don't give anything away, but Team Flash will start firing.
Plays by LGDS, Woodpecker. Armor penetration, my god! What a nade! But where did the nade go? Bruce sends one right back. 2 can play at that game, and Bruce is the winner. BO picked right back up. Bloody backs away. It's gonna be LGDS now. Push it up 4th. Time turner whipped out by Yanbin. And it looks like that's just enough to recover. The Trogon in hand, both players circling around. Mag 7 goes up against the Trogon, but the Trogon wins that out.
Yeah, Bruce is the last man standing, the man with the grenade launcher in hand as well. He wants to get them back up, but he's just trapped thanks to the glue walls. LGDS didn't expect Team Flash to push that fast. They were so distracted by the initial knockdown with the grenade launcher that Team Flash completely caught them with their pants down. And Team Flash didn't really have to give up too much to get their wipeout. Meanwhile, Farang, they have a river to cross. As SBTC found themselves a vehicle, they're driving straight into Magic Esports of all teams. And Jemba unfortunately got taken out, bled out thanks to Xroy, Expand on the move, and they can also gatekeep Farang.
I'm pretty sure Xroy is playing Raphael because the guy bled out a little too fast there. MGE Saming backs away. Has got the AWM in hand alongside that Raphael passive. Oh, come on. If he gets this, it's a GG. Lights the car up on fire. One more shot. Can he get it through the glue wall? AWM's not going to penetrate that, and he does. Donbu gets it instead. Can they steal? Donbu says no. Takes that point for himself. Jonah from EVOS Phoenix right down below. In fact, the whole squad of EVOS Phoenix right down below.
They made a lot of noise as well from Magic Esports, so they might have to deal with EVOS Phoenix, who control the ground floor. They will be delighted to know that once the circle moves, they will all have to also evacuate. Team Flash, on the other hand, they just got rid of LGDS. Now they have to deal with Farang, who, well, 2E, in fact, who are going to be right opposite that freeway. Magic Esports putting in the pressure also onto Eagle Esports. EVOS Phoenix moving away from Museum, actually. They don't want to be a part of that. And they run straight into Fires and wipe him off the face of the earth. Farang stood no chance in that.
Farang's having the day of their lives.
What, not playing Free Fire? Not being able to play much, honestly. They are suffering, AJ.
They are bombing out because they're enjoying the holiday in Thailand.
That's one way to look at it. What a way.
Less game time, more party time. Nah,
it would make more sense if you don't have to watch the rest of the round after you get wiped.
That I agree. But, you know, jokes aside, Farang's been... I mean, nothing's going their way, man. But, you know, to that point, I don't see any proper strategies out of Farang. They're splitting up. They are not really focusing on a particular objective. Not really rotating safely. Just running out in the open. Taking pot shots at teams that they're not supposed to be engaging with. Who's coming up with these strategies? Whoever it is, guy needs to rethink some of these decisions.
This is not their first international appearance also, right? You have some members who have...
That makes it worse.
You have some members who have been there before. So, you know, they definitely have a lot of things they need to iron out. Fundamentally, they have 2 more days to do so if today continues down this trajectory. EVOS Phoenix, well, they are back in this area dealing with MGE. Meanwhile, Expand pushing straight to Eagle Esports. They get rid of Dark Club. That is the most important guy. He is the grenade launcher holder, and with him out, there's no more explosive powers from Eagle Esports. Izagod just trying to survive with Dian, but they're also getting shot from behind. Expand taking the long route. They're also getting pressure from afar. Team Flash taking advantage of this. They will get rid of Eagle Esports. Cobra will be rescued, and Expand gets a breath of relief.
Well, Flash stole away those eliminations. Expand's not going to be too pleased with that at all. Saming goes down. Moshi with a shot from down below. Woodpecker penetrates through all of that armor, puts him down, forces them to use their utilities, and now Saming has to recover. 4 more medkit on Craven. Donbu now knocked down. Get High gets it this time around with that launcher. And Saming responds to too fast. They're not aiming at the right team, and Expand pays the price for the attacks of EVOS Phoenix.
I mean, actually even stole away the kill, the knock that EVOS Phoenix did on Donbu. But EVOS Phoenix, their bigger fish to fry is Team Flash. And look at where Expand is, AJ. They are at the best possible spot to avoid all of this as we head into circle number 5 in just a little bit.
They are still getting shot at though. So someone needs to cover those windows. And in a couple of seconds, we are going to see MGE absolutely punished by this circle. And bye-bye, team. I mean, the circle just eats all of them up. EVOS Phoenix now pitching in those shots. Xroy with the AC-80, Axel with the AWM. This is such a tight circle, and Team Flash needs to start moving, but they've got barely space to play. And the moment they step out, look at Get High. Good net. Oh, bounces off. What is perfectly timed glue wall.
This is a three-way fight as well. Expand would need to move in just 12 seconds. You can say the same for Evo's Phoenix as well, but this last phase will push everyone out into the open. And Evo's Phoenix, they have a water warrior with glue wall melter.
Nice.
Two of them.
Nice.
Team Flash right out into the open as Evo's Phoenix dares them to go for this push. In fact, forces Team Flash to push for this. Again, Expand, they are the furthest away. They can take this slow. Don't need to be too rash, but they gotta start moving. Just like you said, AJ, too fast. Getting Bayo out of the way to start it off. Xtroy also taking his time, but the blue zone is starting to hurt. Expand, lay down those glue walls. They're getting pressured by Moshi and Moshi alone, but Team Flash is running into them. They might have to deal with Team Flash first. Riptide Rhythm out as well. Wow! The glue walls, they are going down. Rip got in front. You have Xtroy, Too Fast, and Cobra. They're going for a challenge. Charge Buster in hand. You also have the Trozen. Team Flash losing out members. Expand still surviving. EXO is the only one. Well, Too Fast is the only one down. Team Flash gets wiped, but now they gotta deal with Evo's Phoenix.
Another Riptide Rhythm goes the way of Team Expand. No glue walls covering them. X-Roy as well as already down.
Cobra.
Trogan in the hands of Get High. Get High backs away. Jonah not trying to get it done, but Cobra drops Jonah, the MVP of Team EVOS. Now Expand have got the advantage. Mochi the final one, but he gets the clutch. And it is EVOS Phoenix with the booyah.
In this 1v1, Moshi 1, Cobra 0, but you see the smirk on Cobra's face. He knows he had to deal with the king of 1v1s. Not an easy task. He had to face the master, but Expand still finished second. The Evo's Phoenix with
It's a massive round for Expand.
It is a massive round. And for Evo's Phoenix, 4 booyah of the group stage.
And once again, the statement holds true. Take down Jonah and Moshi first, no matter what. You gotta depend on Lady Luck to do that as well. But you also gotta count on Moshi and Jonah making a mistake. You saw how Moshi just stayed hidden away, allowing Jonah to step up front. And Moshi's the backup, but he's no slouch of a backup. He can finish you off. And the guy jumps on out, perfectly timed, wins that 1v1. But it's a fantastic fight. And Cobra, in his own accord, had a very big moment. 1v1 versus Jonah. Jonah with the Trogan. Couldn't overcome Cobra.
Yeah, honestly, you know, Cobra versus Moshi, this 1v1 matchup, this head-to-head matchup is probably my new favorite thing in FFSI right now. These two deadly CQC players. Moshi still holds the title for being the best, but Cobra, he is stepping onto the plate. This guy is feeling really good about himself.
I mean, by now, if you're not picking up the Trogon, you're just missing out on a world of fun, man. The gun is just such an obliterator out there on the battlefield. And yes, one may argue that the M1887 has got a beautiful range, but the range is not going to compare to the rate of fire out of the shotgun and the capability to also be used as a launcher.
Oh yeah, you can see kind of the applications in this round in particular. So many players using the Trogon. And all these close CQC pushes, right? It feels so weird to see the switch of weapon choices, but Expand had to push through. You know, I thought that Team Flash would deal with Evo's Phoenix, but they ran straight into Expand. Expand won it cleanly, right? This last match, last fight, in fact, so close. And it was just Moshi with the final clutch. I mean, Evo's Phoenix, they are happy about that win, but again, it's another win that did not come easy.
It was not easy. Expand made it very difficult, and I mean,
the most unexpected rivalry, honestly.
Is this Christmas? Because I keep asking and Expand keeps giving.
I am very shocked that Expand is still consistent. I think that is the biggest surprise for any of the local viewers from MCPS. This is an Expand that no one has seen before, ever.
This is Expand turning around to all of the haters and the naysayers, and instead of just slapping them and asking them to shut up, they're bowing down and saying, regardless of how much you run your mouths, we are still going to represent the nation and bring us up top in FFSI.
That's why they have the tagline, right?
Turbos Marwa, you got to reclaim your honor. And they're not reclaiming just their own honor, but the honor of the country and the whole region. And they're doing it with such beautiful plays. This is Expand taking on the world champions. And in a 1v1 situation, they finally go down. But once again, it was a massive round. So many of these teams just falling prey to Expand. And I have to say, the coach of Expand, Hutomo, you have done great things. This is a miracle that we are seeing out of Expand, because I think the one thing that was missing, there were two things that was missing.
Right.
Number one was the cohesiveness in terms of teamwork between the team. And that one, we cannot credit Hutomo perfectly. That one goes to their manager, Norine, the mother of the team. She has held these boys together and guided them in the right way. And of course, Hutomo just filled in the blanks. But you're not going to be able to take away the glory from the world champions that easy. In fact, the two-time world champions, EVOS Phoenix, Moshi this time, gets the MVP. If you're not putting him down early, if you're not putting down Jonah early, you cannot expect to walk away with a victory.
This is also already first round on FFSI, right? Did replace a God Cruise for Nextera. No eliminations, but overall, I mean, it's just EVOS Phoenix. One of the lower kill count maps for them, only 10 eliminations. By EVOS Phoenix standard is on the lower side. But I agree with what you said. If you want to take down EVOS Phoenix, you can't just beat them down. You have to make sure that they are lights out, and that is not easy. This team, never say die. They have the tenacity of a true warrior, right? You don't go down kneeling, you go down standing.
I know exactly how to take down EVOS Phoenix theoretically.
Alright.
And I think that this is something that teams might start using if at all they have a proper team comp. And the type of team comp that they need to counter EVOS Phoenix is to have 2 homers and 2 Steffies. Because first of all, this is a heavy nading team. But secondly, if you've got 2 homers, the one thing that you want to do is look at where the majority of players from the side of EVOS are focused and send the homer the other way. You're going to find Moshi right there.
You probably would find, or you might find Get High as well, right? These are the 2 members that you need to look out for, because Jonah, he likes to get down and get up and personal. I think Moshi, to a certain extent, likes to do that as well. Expand should be... I think Expand did run homer in this round. It just wasn't enough to do with EVOS Phoenix, who in these situations are just so sharp, right? When you are up against them and you can't use your abilities, that's where it becomes very crippling.
Once again, the meta of J-Beebs continues in the hands of the 2-time world champs. J-Beebs, if you guys don't know exactly what this world-class singer as well as top-rated passive capability brings into Free Fire, you all want to check him out. It's not easy to get the character, but if you have him in your arsenal, you are going to be a happy child.
If you don't know who J-Beebs is, shame on you. Because J-Beebs was a big part of my childhood. EVOS Phoenix.
You look like J-Beebs.
No, I look like J-Beebs.
You look like a Malaysian Chinese version of J-Beebs.
No, that's too far, AJ. Even I wouldn't claim I look like J-Beebs. How much do you want to bet that production is laughing at me right now because you say that, AJ? Okay, do not embarrass me.
Okay, now let's talk a little bit about EVOS Moshi. I like the pet that he brings in. He's got the Arbon, and you've got the Riptide Rhythm. You also have got J-Beebs for very, very specific reasons. You've got, what's that second guy's name?
Raphael
in the hands of Moshi. One shot, you knock him down, 90% quick bleed. The guy's going to get taken out of the equation. You also have the Awakened Moko. One hit, you're going to mark your targets. If your target moves, that marker lasts for another 6.5 seconds for a total of 11 seconds. The whole team of EVOS Phoenix is going to know exactly where you are. Now, Avron, what he does is he reveals the position of players. 50-meter radius. 50-meter radius in Free Fire is huge, especially in that final circle. It's extremely lethal. He knows where they are. He marks them with Moko, takes that Riptide Rhythm, breaks down the glue walls. Moshi is a freaking annihilator in a tiny package.
Moshi is a cyborg, let's put it that way.
I mean, dude, that setup of active and passive skills is mental.
Yeah, you have 60 plus characters, almost 60 characters in Free Fire. So you can get some pretty crazy combinations. For the first time, we do not see the AC-80 as a popular weapon. Again, we talk about the comparison, right? The Swiss Army knives between AC-80 and Woodpecker. This time, the Woodpecker takes the cake.
RGS-50, of course, you want to pick this up. It's a launcher. And if anybody's using a vehicle, what the RGS-50 does is it locks onto the vehicle, auto shot, vehicle goes kaboom. You can also use the RGS-50 to do damage to glue walls, albeit it's not going to be as much damage as you expect it to, but it's better than tossing all of your nades one by one at those glue walls. The Parafal is going to be a good mid to long range weapon, so no surprise whatsoever that these 3 weapons were popular on Nextera.
I just want to say that EVOS Phoenix against expand is something that I do not expect to be happening in such a present timeline.
I mean, because the rate of growth from the boys has been so amazing. And not to put down the Malaysian scene, both of us happen to be Malaysian. It's just that, and of course, as much as praise we throw towards Expand for being able to face off against EVOS Phoenix, we are, unfortunately having to really be critical in terms of our comments with Farang as well, because we have been blessed with the ability to see a lot of their gameplay.
Yeah.
And Expand has just been the team that has grown so much that they can stand toe-to-toe with the two-time world champs.
Even when you look at the end of this round, EVOS Phoenix got 22 points.
Yeah.
Expand got 22 points also.
And that's... I cannot believe what I'm seeing, but it is in a good way. Team Flash,
in a good way, yeah.
Slowly climbing back up. Eagle Esports maintains their consistency, and as anticipated, Magic Esports bouncing back up on Nextera. Nextera just seems to be the sweet spot for MGE.
And the two Indonesian teams not having a good round. GRC Aphrodite only getting 3 points. Genesis Dogma also they're only getting 1.
Yeah.
So it's a rough day for Genesis Dogma SF. Expand 69 points, 3 points ahead of Eagle Esports in second place, who has 66. EVOS Phoenix maintaining in third place with 61. Then you look at the gap between third and fourth. 61 for EVOS Phoenix, only 43 for SBTC.
This is turning out to be one hell of a day. And once again, shout out to the boys on Expand. Shout out to Narayan. Shout out to Hutomo. Together, this is just turning out to be one mega storm of craziness in the world of Free Fire.
Look at LGDS. They're doing well, AJ.
Dude, the only thing I'm still waiting for is for LGDS to hit a booyah. I will lose my mind.
To do the bloody hit. That is what we're looking for.
No. LGDS is not pulling a bloody hit. LGDS is on a whole other level. Bloody Head used to sit down at the bottom and then ruin other people's chances. They had a lot of potential, but that potential was not really lived through. LGDS, on the other hand, they went from not much potential to, holy Lord, where have they been all this time?
This was the team that placed last on FFWS. And when I say last, I mean play is last. So 18th place.
Yes.
So this is a very good improvement. I think it sounds like a grandfather story at this point, but LGDS continues to deliver. The Nextera round wasn't the best. They had a rough round, but overall 40 points for LGDS. They have 2 more rounds to kind of rack their points up because you also want to catch up on the overall standing, right? Yeah. That is the final destination that all these teams are striving for.
Yeah, so we've already fanned the fires enough. We've already praised Expand enough. But for anyone that thinks that the world champs, the two-time world champs are slouching off, y'all better be ready for the grand finals because they're still slacking off. I'm going to be back with Husky after a short break.
Artlist.io
สวัสดีครับผมโจนะกัปตันทีมEVOS Phoenix นักสู้ที่ดีที่สุดในเกมอยู่ทีมผมนี่แหละครับผมเป็นคนชอบกินส่วนถ้าถามผมว่าชอบกินอะไรผมตอบได้เลยว่าก๋วยเตี๋ยวไก่มะระชีวิตผมสบายมากแล้วผมเล่นเกมอะไรก็เก่งแน่นอนว่าสำหรับเกมนี้ผมนำมาเพื่อชนะอยู่แล้วส่วนนี่ evoke already มีตำแหน่งคือ attacker มีดีที่หน้าตาแถมลีลาไม่แพ้ใครส่วนเรื่องฉายาใครๆก็เรียกเขาว่าดอยแต่ถ้าคู่แข่งเจอผมรับรองว่ามีหงอยแน่นอนครับคนนี้คือ evoke god coot ตำแหน่ง attacker และเป็น in game leader ฉายาของเขาคือจอมโจรคูดชอบหยิบของเพื่อนกินชอบนอนแต่สำหรับเกมนี้เขาชอบเอาชนะคนนี้คือ evoke mochi อยู่ตำแหน่งสไนเปอร์มีงานอดิเรกชอบเล่นกีตาร์ชอบท้าคู่แข่งและชนะได้ด้วยทำให้เขาได้ฉายาอุลตร้าแมนคนสุดท้ายคือ evoke get high เป็น attacker ของทีมไม่มีงานอดิเรกไม่มีฉายามีแต่คำว่าแชมป์ในหัวใจพวกเรา evoke phoenix ฆ่ามาก็ไม่ตายล้มก็ล้มไม่ได้เพราะนกฟีนิกซ์เกิดใหม่ได้เสมอ
There's something in his eyes. There's a storm within, but it's written in the sky. Let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Won't let it make me go under. Won't let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me Nothing's gonna stop me. No one will ever get left behind. A million more before I've tried. Won't let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Let it make me go under. Let it make me go under. So now it's time.
Welcome back, survivors. This is the Fire SEA Invitationals, and we are heading into the reset. It's going to be Bermuda once again. My name's AJ. I am the Mustachio down here with Husky, your casters for the day. In fact, for the whole of the event, except for one day where Husky's going to leave me alone, very lonely, but we're going to have a replacement for him. I'll miss you on that day, bro.
I will miss you too.
We're going to have a lot of fun before that happens.
I will do my best. I will personally FaceTime you.
I was going to say something before we went on a break, but then I had to throw it to a break already. What I was about to say was, for anyone that thinks that the two-time world champs are struggling in FFSI, stop kidding yourself, because we know how they play.
Yeah.
They haven't started playing. And the team that hasn't even started playing already has 4 booyahs so far.
I told you that we are just fighting for second, theoretically, right? Well, we're gonna head back to Bermuda. This is the 6th Bermuda map of the group stage. LGDS, Genesis Dogma SF, and Magic Esports are the teams to watch out for. You can see LGDS have the highest top 3 rate, at least for the featured team, 67%. Whereas for GD and MGE, they both boast a 33% top 3 rate out of 5 Bermuda maps that we played so far. And I also noticed something from the overall leaderboard. Well, the current standings for today. The top 3 teams, EVOS Phoenix, Expand, and Eagle Esports, coincidentally, are the only 3 teams who have gotten a Booyah today.
Fair enough.
With EVOS Phoenix getting 2.
Fair enough. Makes sense as to why they're rating up there at the top. But you know, I really want to see some of these bottom dwellers climb up the leaderboard. Yes, Farang, I'm looking at you. But surprisingly, Genesis Dogma, I'm looking at you too. I mean, they literally pulled a First Raiders Eclipse on us, Husky. I cannot believe my eyes.
I can't either. I mean, I honestly feel like we're living in an alternate timeline. There's so many things that are happening that are out of expectations in a good way, right? The teams that are performing, the teams that are not really doing too well, the teams that are consistent, the teams that are matching up against each other. I think that one has been the biggest surprise for me today.
Let's see if or not we're going to find a few hot drops here. But on another point as well, LGDS having the best top 3 performance rate in Bermuda. I'm hoping and praying that this map goes to them. I want to see LGDS hit that Booyah in the most solid way possible. Now, they're just flying towards the outside of Katulistiwa, possibly dropping into Plantation. You know they love playing on that dam towards Riverside as well. And I believe Bruce is going to be flying straight into Riverside in case anything goes south.
It's happening again. Look at Peak, Expand, and GD. So first time they met, Expand beat them to a
MGE too, what?
Yeah, MG having 2 guys around there, but I mean GD, they are... Well, this time they got the drop onto Cobra first. They got the guns. Xtroy trying to help. It's just a UMP, not the best weapon. Dels does have the time turner to protect himself. Xtroy needs to try and get Cobra back up, and that's exactly what he will try to do, but he has already lost Cobra. Xtroy getting Dels, but Dels actually also pumps that shot onto Xtroy. Maybe this time Expand, they will not be able to take out GD that fast, but too fast. He's trying to get that revive point going, but GD, they're not going to allow him to do so. Look at it, they're running straight for Too Fast. Too Fast hiding behind the fence. He needs a bit more time. Well, Sana might be the savior. He comes in from behind to help, but Too Fast needs to hold up a 1 versus 2. As the campfire, Yoz needs to go for the reload. Gets destroyed by Too Fast, but Too Fast gets knocked down. The revival point hasn't been completely captured yet. EXO is the last man alive for Expand.
Let's see if Axel can back away from this situation as Too Fast gets taken out of the equation. Saming drops by! My goodness! What is happening to Genesis Dogma?
The 2 members of MGE that drop near peak ends up getting 3 points out of that. And they even cap the revival point, which they didn't even need to use. So it takes it away from GD and Expand.
I mean, the best third-party situation for MGE's duo. And they got the best out of that situation. And thankfully, Expand's not out of the equation just yet. And they've got MGE to give all of the praises for.
Axel will need to somehow get his teammates back. I'm not really sure if there's anything nearby. I think here there is revival point. Oh boy, this is so clutch for them. GD, they're getting preoccupied by MGE. But Kiki, he's gonna try to run away. And you gotta pray that he doesn't run towards EXO. This might force a 1 versus 1. Kiki's heading towards that direction, and it might draw attention from MGE. Look at Saming. He's hunting for Kiki.
He's done. He's done. EVOS Phoenix is in the next compound. Saming's pushing from the back. Kiki's running to his death right now. Things do not look good for Genesis Dogma.
Saming's running towards EXO. He needs a bit more time.
4 matches in today, Genesis Dogma only picked up 23 points. What a long way away from where they were yesterday. 100 points picked up in a single day of play versus the 23 today. That's crazy. And it looks like they're not going to pick up more by the looks of things.
Tyson is actually going to try. Moshi, like you said, found Kiki and GD out again. EXO has brought the rest of Expand back, I think, as he was not spotted by Saming, and yeah, Expand whole team back just by a hair's breadth. GD ends up being the team that gets punished the most, and actually even got a 3-1 onto Saming, who just now was heading in his direction, so he gets to replenish on that arsenal. So Expand gets to live on.
Not only does he do that, he brings the full squad right back, loots up Saming. The guy is smiling ear to ear. Bunker right in front of him to loot up as well. Expand's doing well. And here's the thing, man. Just really surprising stuff out of Genesis Dogma. I don't know what happened, but they need to figure it out. LGDS losing that 1 player to Flash, thankfully, was all the casualty they took in that encounter, and they've managed to, of course, back away and survive for another engagement. Dian, Alpha, long shots, a little too far, unfortunately.
Good attempt though, right? You put pressure onto your enemy. He's actually found him. The glue wall getting knocked down finally. And I was paying attention to the teams. Well, the stats on the side. XO trying to run away. Donbu clips it on the edge. Yeah, Saming is back also, so revenge for MGE. Nothing that Too Fast can do. They still need a bit more time.
They want
MGE. No way they go for this chase, right? Too Fast is gonna... does he have resource to buy XO back? I don't think so.
Nah.
Oh, he's gonna get chased now.
Uh-oh.
He has to clutch this. He gotta clutch this 1 versus 2. They're trying to look for him.
Is this 1v2? It's 1v... There's only Donbu in the car, right?
Yeah, but you have a secondary member who was playing far away, right?
Okay, Wasana from
okay, never mind. It's 1v3
he
now.
does have that sniper.
It's 1v4.
He circles around, dude. Look at him cutting off the trajectory of Too Fast. This is crazy. Wasana knocks him down. That's about it.
Yeah, finally a rougher start for Expand, right? The whole day has been...
Oh! You want to do it, you do it in style. Runs him over, takes him out, puts him back in the lobby. Now, Expand needs to revive yet another player. Quite a rough start. But I have to say, Genesis Dogma and their downfall was mainly because they could not separate their ego from their strategy. They met Expand at peak, they got annihilated, and they just wanted to go back in there for that ego challenge, so confident that they can take the fight. Unfortunately, just luck wasn't on their side.
Yeah, they did kind of beat Expand, right? But it was Magic Esports who had to spoil it all. Expand are in a rough spot. There is a revival point, there is a vending machine, but they are in the blue. And even if they revive the rest of the squad, they will have to go through MGE.
Yeah.
This is an inevitability. I was looking at Farang earlier on. They had they lost 3 members already. There's still 1 guy left. But I can't seem to see where this last
Don't
guy
tell
is.
me.
Where is he?
Don't tell me. Don't tell me Farang's out.
No, they're not out. They have 1 more guy left.
Where?
Good question. I don't know. I can't see him.
Is he in the toilet or something?
Is he out of the map? No.
There's no way he's out of the map.
Where is he hiding? This guy is so good at hiding, we can't see him on the radar. Even production says they don't know where this guy is.
Production's like, yes, he's still alive, but we don't know where he is.
Where's this Farang guy? That's the biggest mystery of the...
I'm just glad he's alive.
Yeah,
because they really need to recover.
Oh, wait.
MGD is still going for the booyah, man.
Honestly, mystery of the day.
Where did Farang go?
It's like Dora the Explorer. Can you tell me where is the last guy of Farang?
Finding what? Finding Waldo?
Is it Finding Nemo?
Spotting Waldo? Whatever. I'm so old. That game was so old. I could never find Waldo.
No.
Can't find the last guy from Farang. I'm failing at life at this point.
Don't worry, I think Farang is having a rougher time. Farang is having a way rougher time than you are, actually. They're dead last, okay?
Fair enough. MG is having a ball out there. 6 eliminations. And after hopping off of Nextera, where they did manage to recover, I guess that has given them enough confidence to really run around, in fact, drive around, looking for more eliminations.
This reminds me of an old inside joke that we always had. If you start crashing, then there should be an in-game driving license system, right? Your license gets revoked if you crash.
MG is just pissed at Expand for some reason, and they just want to go on an all-out hunting mission.
I hope they don't see XL. That is the saving grace. They're gonna use a UAV in the opposite direction. I mean, Expand. Yeah, again, they have to take on MG one way or the other. This is unavoidable. But XL might be able to give them some good info though, because he's caught in the middle, and MG, they saw a separate team. Team Flash was running at them. And finally, we found the last man, which is Jembao. He's gonna bring the rest of his team back. And XL found Craven. That is the perfect scenario. Cobra did get sniped.
Cobra's out. Axel's still alive.
Oh, you got what? He tanked the blue zone, so I mean there's nothing that he could do. You know, it was like what, 4 damage per second. It's quite a hefty number to tank.
Saming right in front, Donbu. Trogon in hand.
Trying to look for. I think that was where XL was. So you kind of loot up the members of Expand just a little bit. He was there while he got taken out.
These guys are so fast.
They are. You have a gridlock here between 2E, GRC, and also SBTC. well, that's a vehicle to work with. But GRC, they can watch out for both SBTC and Eagle Esports.
I guess the players just feel bad for us that we've been screaming non-stop. They're taking their own sweet time to rotate around.
I mean, it's not that easy to play fast for 5.
Oh my god, Liam, what are you doing? Just took away close to 100 of his own HP.
Took down Nail.
Cluster outside. Han backs away from it. Artemis drops by. It's going to be the Mag 7 in 18D's hands. He hops on out. It's the ice grenade that tags him up. But 1v2.
No!
Raz goes down. Liam!
Not
you
again.
did it upstairs once and you did it twice.
Not like this, Liam. With the RGS 50, blows out 100 of his HP and then uses the frag grenade and takes himself out. Oh boy, GRC not having a good time at all. And they just lost 18 deer as well. SBTC only paying the price of 1. Last man for GRC. Fires. AWM and an Uzi, micro Uzi in hand is not the best weapon for this exchange. GRC out in 10th place. Joining GD and Expand gets wiped up by LGDS of all teams.
And this is the opportunity for EVOS Phoenix for sure now to overtake Expand.
And Eagle Esports.
And Eagle Esports, yeah. And still the opportunity for LGDS to get their booyah.
Oh yes.
Come on, LGDS. Just give me a miracle play.
They have been making it consistently to top 4, top 5.
Yes.
That is progress.
And this is their map.
This is their map. 67% win rate out of 5 rounds. Our top 3 rate out of 5 rounds.
SBDC better watch out. They better not cry. They better not bow. I'm telling you why.
They're not ready for this. Look at them.
Phoenix coming to down.
They're backing off. They are running for the hills.
2 E's there as well. Oh my. SBTs. Oh, good one. They popped the spray. No nade's gonna touch them now. Jonah pops it as well. Everybody's on it, pop.
Just disarming all the frag grenades, but EVOS Phoenix just has numbers. SBTC, they have 2 members on the outskirts as well. A good glue wall from Get High to block that high lob. That Eagle Esports is watching this unfold completely. That nade, Get High into the shack. Artemis getting taken up by Queen of 9. And that also alerts EVOS Phoenix to a third party within this area. Farang coming in from behind. We might see a 4-way fight.
Show me a miracle play. And so far, I mean, Steffi has just been the perfect disabler of all of those nades. I just love that, man, because at one point those grenades were just getting a little bit out of hand. Then you had these guns that could double up as grenade launchers as well, which just messed up so many situations.
LGDS just wiped out Flash.
LGDS, this is their time, bro. This is their time, LGDS. Come on. I'm going to send all of my good vibes to LGDS.
All right, here comes Farang. Don't do it again.
In a flaming car.
I'm getting flashbacks from what they did yesterday on day 1. They don't know hand is there.
Oh my god.
And they got shot by Dian from Eagle Esports. Again, right? 4-way fight. It's Eagle Esports having a field day. And they're in a circle as well. This is inevitable. Queen of 9 getting Jembao. Oh god, Farang. This is the second time. They tried to go for an aggressive play, but they got caught off guard. You can see SBTC. They have Tyson and Neo on the outskirts. EVOS Phoenix, they are just chilling. They are just letting all of this unfold.
I've seen Farang play a million times now already. And I can tell you, something is unfortunately off with this team. They bring their car right into that wall. They barely do nothing outside. They get knocked down. The second guy just stands out there like a sitting duck. Stands whilst he's sitting. Riptide Rhythm fires. That one goes down. And Tyson gets knocked out. And MGE joins the fray. Oh, EVOS Phoenix, you better watch out, baby. You may be Santa Claus, but MGE, they are the one and only Scrooge. Here to spoil your party. Don Boo from down below. Alif takes Neo out of the equation. That's 1 point for Farang. But the more important question is, will EVOS Phoenix survive MGE, the ones who are on fire with 9 eliminations so far?
Yeah, they're gonna just camp in the ground floor, but look at Jonah! Oh my goodness, what an absolute madman! Complete lunacy from Jonah to do that play without any single backup. Silver lining is, you can say, well guys, they're all there, but Magic Esports, they got a man advantage for free. EVOS Phoenix are effectively trapped on the second floor, AG.
MGE. One's Uncle Scrooge, the other one is Grinch. And the third one's just a guy stuck in a place where he's just trying to open up some Christmas presents. And those Christmas presents are just the loot boxes of EVOS Phoenix. MGE with an opportunity now to just absolutely ruin the day of the two-time world champs.
LGDS, they are just flying in as well. They did lose Bruce. So only 3 members. Oh, Yuan and Eng, they overshot a bit, but they're going to run in.
Oh my lord.
He's in a rough place. Eng, oh no, that's not where you want to land. Roro, he's going to take on the entirety of MGE. And Yuan is like, all right, that's not the place I want to be in. Roro goes down. Yuan makes it to the second building as Farang gets wiped. There's a complete chaos in this circle. And Yuan somehow survived through all of that. But MGE, they're making their move, AJ. They're starting to really have a feel of how to get rid of EVOS Phoenix. Look at Wasana bursting through the second and third floor. They're hunting for EVOS Phoenix, and they're gonna run into Moshi. Oh, you can't win a 1v4 like this. Moshi, he's just gonna jump all the way off the building. MGE knows that they've had EVOS Phoenix by the neck.
Someone buy Farang some coffee, man. Yuan just walked in there and got a free point off of them. That's just unheard of.
Alpha? They're showing up, they're wiping 2E. Alpha just did the unthinkable to the Vietnam squad. And now MGE continues to take on EVOS Phoenix. They both get knocked by the blue zone already. Keeping the team in the run. Yuan somehow finds himself in the midst of it. MGE still have 2 more. Wasana and Donbu, they're still standing. Donbu down thanks to Get High. Charge Buster is Get High, the last man standing for EVOS Phoenix against Wasana. And Wasana is a loss in that situation. And Alpha going up! Alpha does it! OMEA! Middle East and Africa on the board, baby!
I was expecting a miracle from LGDS, but out of nowhere, out of absolutely nowhere, comes a miracle play. Mommy, Daddy, this is Christmas!
8 eliminations also. This is not a slow round for Alpha. They fought their way to the end. And they really needed this, right? Alpha was having a very rough day. They were at the bottom at one point, matching up with Farang in terms of score. But I mean, Middle East and Africa, if you're watching this right now, I think this is a good moment. It's not enough to put Alpha at the top, but it is enough to give Alpha the confidence that they need moving into the rest of the group stage.
Legitimately, this is the funniest lobby at FFSI so far, especially towards that final circle. Everybody was joining in the fight. LGDS, they wanted to join the fray, but they always shoot the circle, and then they get punished. Yuan steps in, meets the final player from the side of Farang, says hello, claims that 1 point. My goodness, this was a lobby full of laughs for me and Alpha with just the top dogs at the end of it.
It is just absolutely hilarious, and I thought the winner out of all of this would be Eagle Esports because they didn't have to do much, right?
Yeah.
And then Alpha shows up and wipes them.
I mean, talk about a shocker. This is my lobby. This lobby, I live for lobbies like this.
It's my kind of Free Fire game.
This is my kind of game. Like hands down, my kind of game. All right.
What is there to say about this game?
I love it, bro. I love it. I mean, the twists and turns at every single bend. Something crazy was happening. Someone was going down. Someone else was showing up. Some third party comes along. Alpha turns into the top alpha dog.
Oh yes,
mauls everyone and gets the booyah.
EVOS Phoenix at one point was also, I don't know what the comms were, but Jonah running to the first floor just like that, I think it's a bit of a lunatic move.
But it is Jonah though.
It is Jonah. But
the problem is they didn't know who was downstairs. And
they know that someone was downstairs.
Yeah. They thought maybe it was like a guy from Farang or whatever, you know. Jonah can sneeze and he'll eliminate the whole of Farang. Alright, but Alpha, talk about Alpha. Wants to remind everybody that Alpha is still a thing from Maya and they want to rise up to the top. It's a good way to do it because at the moment, they're unfortunately at the bottom.
And also, this is a round where they got the booyah. They got, 8 eliminations. So 20 points for Alpha. Compared to their average performance, this is definitely a 1-up.
Yeah.
We didn't get to see much of Alpha, throughout the round, but they did show up at the very end, and they did wipe out Eagle Esports, which I think, to their credit, is an achievement on its own. There are some players with kind of highlighted, Gatao. He was with Infinity VX on FFWS in Bangkok last year. It's a new team for him. But overall, for Alpha, they finally get to kind of make a statement on the world stage.
Let's look at the team comp of Alpha. They ran a double Steffi A124 as well there. Can see how Gatal disabled the whole team of 2E earlier, as well as the Skylar with the Riptide Rhythm. You have got the Awakened Hayato, J Beebs. They're running a double J Beebs here.
Hold on. What is Kla doing there? You know what Kla does, AJ?
The last time I saw Kla ever was like in a community tournament.
You know what Kla does?
Tell me, sir.
Increase fist damage.
I think that was a misclick. I swear to God, I think it's a misclick. Okay, you know what? Because... so no doubt there are specific reasons why Alpha is struggling in the competition. And one of the main reasons is because they're not really following the playbook of the current meta. Every single season, you're going to have certain characters who are in meta, certain weapons, certain pets who are in meta. He got the pet right, but Kla is just not the
There are 60 characters, AJ. Almost 60 characters. Kla should be at number 60th. Should be at the bottom of the list of characters that is viable, competitively.
Okay, to make it easier for him, there are 60 characters, but only somewhere about 18 to 20 in current meta that is possibly usable in the right combinations. Kla is just not part of any of those combinations.
Let me tell you, if we have a statistics for character pick rate, this will be the only time that Kla has a statistics, okay? But
the jokes aside, good on Alpha, but I really want them to climb up. And you know, I'm a big believer in confidence.
Oh yes.
Right? And I think that we haven't seen a smile on the faces of the team members on Alpha for a long time now. And and even that victory didn't really, get them overjoyed. But I did see some smiles.
Yeah, sometimes you just need a good round.
Yeah, I hope and pray that this really gives them that confidence right back, so that they can play some really solid rounds of Free Fire and climb right back up, because I would love to see them in the grand finals.
Oh, definitely. I think, it's a region that, just like LGDS, right? They represent their region. They're the best team, but they just haven't been able to kind of break through their class ceiling. This could be a motivator for them. Popular weapons, same old, AC-80, AIM-18, M1887, and the M82B.
M82B, you gotta love the weapon. But no surprises here. I think I've repeated what each and every single one of these weapons do. By now, even if you're an amateur in Free Fire, you already know exactly what these weapons do. So let's take a look at the map standings instead. 13 eliminations, 8 placement points. Magic Esports worked off of the previous map.
Oh yeah.
Nextera is a map they absolutely love. They built their confidence there, and they rose up to the occasion here in Bermuda.
And this is what we call recovery and then carrying the momentum forward. Magic Esports, right? They two good rounds back to back. Alpha getting the Booyah, 8 elims, so 20 points. Evo's Phoenix, they finished third. Lesser elims this time, but they were caught in a tough spot. As LGDS once more, top 5 finish. This team they're onto something, barring the blunder towards the very end. But the bottom 4. Expand, Farang, Genesis, Dogma, SF, and GRC Aphrodite. This is the first round for Expand today that they were not able to get off to a good start.
LGDS, if you're listening, if you're not listening, I hope someone sends this message to you. I am waiting for a Booyah, and I know you will strike one for me very soon. I'm just waiting to scream for you. Let's look at the current standings overall, and this is just between the two groups. At the moment, EVOS Phoenix, as anticipated, has taken over that #1 spot. 76 total points from 40 eliminations and 36 placement points. 2 Booyahs from today. Eagle Esports sneaks into the second place with a total of 74, and an equalizing 74 points is Expand in the third spot. If they did not play passive the previous round and clunk out this one, they could have definitely fought for that #1 spot with the one and only 2-time world champs.
And to be fair, they were hot dropped by Genesis Dogma, right? It was a rougher round. So Expand, one bad round today. I think it's okay. They had a pretty good run so far, and they are still tied for second with 74 points. That's 4 points more than what they achieved throughout the entirety of day 2. So it is an upgrade for Expand. Magic Esports also still maintaining that that spot over SBTC. LGDS, pretty close to SBTC, just a 4-point differential. But the bottom, Farang still last place. Genesis Dogma. I mean, yeah, this is today is not a no-show for GD.
It's a no-show for GD. You want to talk about Farang?
But we talked about Farang, right? To be very fair, when you compare these two teams, I have high expectations for Genesis Dogma any day. But I want to see what the map will be for the last one. You know, we had Purgatory on day 1, we had Extar on day 2, and we have Alpine for today. I'm not complaining. This was the same map that got Expand the championship title for MCPS. Maybe it is the boost that Expand needs.
But they also only got 8 points the last time we dropped into Alpine, so I don't know. But Genesis Dogma, I truly see where you're coming from, because they had, I mean, nothing short of a breakout introduction. But the only reason why we had high expectations for them was because of that breakout day.
Do remember, the amount of points they have right now is only a quarter of what they achieved yesterday.
Yeah.
That is crazy. And they had 100 yesterday. They only had 26 off of 5 rounds.
I'm a true believer in just the confidence bit of things. And they brought that confidence in by being that #1 seeded team from Indonesia. They ran a good run, but I think they lost that confidence. Hopefully they gain back some and show us what they can do. We'll be right back with the last round in a bit.
Đây là lần đầu tiên Eagle Esports bước ra trên trường quốc tế. Những thứ chờ đi, rất nhiều bất ngờ sẽ xuất hiện đấy. Quyết Nhi, đôi mắt của đại bàng, 1 tỷ một đầu. Điểm mạnh của mình là thấy đó hữu là cũng yếu. Muốn thử ăn vài viên M79 không nào? Nhào hết vô đây, y ra gót tung ngán một ai. Tại bàn sa mạc, sân bay cao, tổ chức vô địch.
Dreams since like baby, I've been joining forces with the likes of an A-team. Jumping off of buildings used to be so stimulating. Now I'm reaching new heights, I'ma need the off-white. Play with the fire, you get burned. All of my struggles became lessons well learned. Cause one day we gon' make it out this earth, where's your worth?
I'm sick of your talking, you got the wrong one. I'm taking your king and I leave him broken. If I am in second, it's after no one. Just give me a second to let him know I'm that living legend, lethal weapon, master, minor, big time.
Know that they fly, know that they ride or die. I keep boys by my side. CJ, now I gotta roll with ice. No rush, go on, you dumb. Pushing, so I'm you dumb. Peace and love turned to peace and gloves. Now you gotta do a run up. Generations caught up. Look how things will switch. People there quick, now they wanna move out the bits. Boy, when I drove to a bitch, nah. Unless you heard it from me, and you ain't heard it from me. Got it from me, all that energy extra. They wanna see me with the hitters.
Child, leaving the beaters alone. Me with a squeeze. I get no feelings involved.
Child, leaving them beaners alone. Me with a squeeze.
Cho một lẩu Thái anh ơi.
Play games.
Yo, crank that volume, turn it way up. Get your weapon, get your blade out. Damage, then you gon' pay up. Yo, crank that volume, turn it way up. Get your weapon, get your blade out. Damage, then you gon' pay up.
Yo, crank that volume, turn it way up. Get your weapon, get your blade out. Damage, then you gon' pay up. Play games. Play games.
I'ma keep winning, winning. I'ma keep winning, winning. I'ma keep winning, winning.
Đây là lần đầu tiên Eagle Esports bước ra trên trường quốc tế. Những thứ chờ đây, rất nhiều bất ngờ sẽ xuất hiện đấy. Quyết Nhi, đôi mắt của đại bàng, 1 tỷ một đầu. Điểm mạnh của mình là thấy đó hỗn nào cũng yếu. Muốn thử ăn vài viên M79 không nào?
I'ma keep winning, winning.
Nhào hết vô đây, Iagot không ngán một ai. Tại bàn sa mạc, em bay cao, tổ chức vô địch.
Thinking back, mastermind, never tried, tell them all.
Big dreams, I got big dreams since like baby. I've been joining forces with the likes of an A-team. Jumping off of buildings used to be so stimulating. Now I'm reaching new heights, I'ma need the off-whites. Play with the fire, you get burned. All of my struggles became lessons well learned. Cause one day we gon' make it out this earth, where's your worth?
I'm sick of your talking, you got the wrong one. I'm taking your king and I leave him broken. If I am in second, it's after no one. Just give me a second to let him know. I'm the living legend, lethal weapon.
There's something in his eyes.
Time to level up and pay attention. Only the best can win, and I got a vision. I'm gonna be everything you said I couldn't be. I'm gonna leave my footprint, P.S. I know you see. I do believe that some things might be destiny. I do believe that I'm gonna give the best of me. I know you can't see, but I'll be on top. Team name tag on every spot.
I'm going in, all in, everything on the line. Everyone wants to shine. I'm going in, all in. I got my crew right behind, and we would die for the win. One time we gon' level all in. 2 times we ain't gonna stop. 3 times like a loaded, then we're ready to hunt. It's all said and done, you better run. In the battle, I'm sharp, I'm a rebel, I'ma shoot the stars. Yeah. We're fighting for that one cause, one team, one dream, shoot the stars. In the battle, I'm sharp, I'm a rebel, I'ma shoot the stars.
Welcome back to the free Fire SEA Invitationals. We are going to close out the first week of the group stage with one more round. And we're heading back to Alpine. You're here with me. My name is Husky, and alongside me is the Pistachio AJ once more. Time flies. We're about to get done with week one already.
Time flies when you're having fun.
Time flies when it's free fire also.
Time flies.
Nothing beats hit the fan running.
You know, I was asking for a miracle. I expected the miracle out of LGDS. I got a miracle out of Alpha. I'm not going to complain.
I'm still shell-shocked over Cloud, okay? I haven't had time.
It turns out he loves Muay Thai.
This guy is doing it for the passion, okay? I can respect that commitment. He picked the worst character out of 60 characters and he got the booyah. That is respectable.
I love the fact that he at least was trying to go for a melee takedown, okay? Not with the scythe, no. Not with the range, no.
He has his own side quest.
Yeah. Yes. He had his tiny little side quest within FFSI, right? I don't know if the region would be a big fan of that, but whoever who's a fan of Alpha would surely find that hilarious.
I'll tell you, we should implement a new score system. Getting a fist knockdown gives you 20 points. 50, because it's not that easy to get.
Maybe not that many.
Okay, 25.
No. 3.
That's just 2 less. It's not worth it, okay?
See, not worth it? Yeah, that's my statement for bringing Clark in. It's not worth it.
So with Genesis Dogma SF being the team, one of the teams to watch out for going into Alpine.
Yeah.
But it's also a team that we need to watch out for because they only had 26 points today. That's a quarter of what they achieved yesterday, which was 100.
Ayo, I cannot.
They're only doing better than Farah, okay?
I cannot. This day is killing me. This day is killing me not because it's like tough work, you know, lots of screaming, I'm losing my voice. Not that at all. I'm just dying because I'm laughing.
You feel your soul just slowly die inside.
Oh my God. Yeah, because, okay, you know what? I really did not expect Genesis Dogma to perform in this way. I hope and pray that they have a fantastic round this time.
Oh, yes.
But I'm still looking for my booyah from LGDS. Game paused.
We're going to have a minor pause as the teams parachute out. Though we look at Alpine.
Look at this.
Right.
We get to see a 360 view of the initial, flight in. And you've got the beautiful Alps in the background.
Oh, yeah. It's called Alpine.
Alpine Alps. It makes so much sense.
Yes. Wow. Yes, I just figured it out.
Hooray
me.
Hooray you.
So for this map, I think the one constant that we noticed from World Series was that Team Flash and Expand, they're inseparable on this map.
Yes.
Team Flash is the only team in the entire group stage, aside from Expand, that drops at Forest Red.
Yeah.
But they did make a minor adjustment. So last time on the World stage, they would just fight at Forest Red, and Team Flash would win most of the fight. But this time, or at least what we saw earlier on, they did stray away, slightly away from Forest Red. They're not directly engaging with Expand, but they're still putting themselves in a position where Expand, they might actually fight.
It's not the best of strategies when you are struggling. I mean, if you are on a roll, if you've got high levels of confidence, you know you're going to be able to smash any team that steps in front of you, then taking that hot drop into a spot where you've clearly, identified there is another team that's going to be contesting it, competition through competition. Yeah, it's not the best of ideas. But of course, on the flip side of things, if they were able to win that, it could also boost their confidence. So I see where they're coming from, but it's not the kind of gamble you want to take when you are not really hitting your best strides in the competition. But hopefully, this time round, they don't do that because Team Flash, then again, they've been doing a lot of things and they still have been struggling. So I don't know.
I'm just happy that Team Flash is no longer the kryptonite of Expand, right? Because they were one of the reasons we didn't make it to. I say one of the reasons, but one of the minor reasons we didn't qualify for the World Series Grand Finals. That Team Flash was a big pain in the butt. Thankfully, this time they are not, and it also is a good evidence that Expand is growing.
Being a pain in the butt though, because they are the reason why Expand. They are one of the reasons, one of the core reasons why Expand has grown so much. I think Expand needs those kinds of challenges. But to that same point, I don't understand why is Flash struggling. They had a decent day on their debut day, and then here they come along, and something's messed up.
It's not too bad, right?
I love
They're
the
in the
fact that
middle.
they don't challenge this time round.
Oh,
They
yes.
take fusion instead.
But wait, where's Expand? Oh yeah, so that forest rate. But they're spread out though, so they will see Team Flash.
Oh my.
They just can't avoid each other. They will see Team Flash, they will see GRC.
Oh
but
my.
this is, so Expand generally, right, when they fan out in forest rate, they would take kind of like a vertical approach. This is the first time in a long time you see them spread out horizontally and they get punished from the get-go. GRC getting a free kill. Meanwhile, on the other hand, Ego Esports getting ran at by MGE. And I mean, Sami just clubs Dian on the hit, getting just bludgeons him for the first kill.
I mean, Alpha will be watching this later on and be like,
that's not a fist kill, don't worry.
That could have been me.
That could have been a cloth fist kill. I'm holding it over their head until the end of the group stage.
GRC, they're on fire, but it's only because of that one nasty elimination. But let's see if or not they can get more as MGE circles around, hunting down 2E. GRC finds Q of 9. That's a big one.
That is a big one. 2E is one of the top 3 teams in the top 3 spot right now. So if they get knocked out here, good chance that Expand can overtake them, that SBTC might have a chance to squeeze into top 3. And of course, Evo's Phoenix might be able to maintain that first spot. But MGE, look at them coming right through. You have Dark Love on one side, and you have 3 members of GRC on the other. MGE are fanning out immediately to take on GRC, but Donbu, I'm not sure if he knows that Dark Love is there.
Dark Love just needs to shut up, not make a sound, just stay put, and maybe get the jump on Donbu.
Oh?
Mini Uzi comes out.
Oh, there it is.
It's the Mac 10. Mac 10 versus Mini Uzi. Mini Uzi gets a tag! And it is Dark Love with a knockdown onto Donbu. Praise the Lord.
Unlucky for Magic Esports. These are those few situations where there is a third party that ruins your plans, and Magic Esports, they're backing up. They're like, all right, we cannot do this. They have a vending machine and a revival point there, so it's not too much was lost, but it is considered a minor setback for a team like MGE who wants to play aggressive.
And 2E is playing for the #1 spot. I mean, them getting taken out super prematurely is not really the way I want to see the day go for them. Let's see if or not they can recover from this unfortunate situation. MGE, on the other hand, they back away after losing that one guy. 18 Deer trying to see if he can find Dark Love and bring some light into his life.
He is completely pinned down.
Some of you guys watching wondering why are we calling Dark Love? Because that's how you pronounce his name.
Yeah.
Dark Love is Dark Love.
It is, it is. Wait till you see the FW names, right? It's very interesting. It's like learning a new language. Because, you know, some of their IGNs are in their native tongue, right? Yeah. So it's going to take a while to get used to for new viewers. Dark Love is the last guy in this lobby from 2E. There's a good chance that 2E might finish in 11th spot, honestly. Bloody getting knocked, okay. Ramai getting the drop onto Flash.
I told you, man, it's that confidence gameplay coming on through. Remind gets it. Elimination comes on through. Team Flash. And it looks like Bloody is gonna jump right back in. And Alpha says, 1 elimination point's more than enough, but you're running the wrong way though, Alpha.
What is the plan for Alpha? I think that is what I want to find out. Are they going to just make the long rotation? I kind of feel like you want to set up a spot and kind of plan a rush, right? Because even if they revive, if Team Flash revives that fallen member, it would take a while for him to gear up. But Alpha, they're just playing it safe. They will make the long rotation, and it will allow them to cut through Team Flash.
It's a very slow round, and I like that. At least we don't have some premature squad eliminations. And that'll just give a lot more excitement towards these next few circles. The more survivors we have, the more chaos we can expect.
GRC reviving the whole team, and you have Iza God is going to hold this compound. 1v1 against 18 Deer. Ras is joining very fast. Iza God drops the glue wall, double glue wall, blocking line of sight, but he's still getting pressured. Back up, provided from behind. 18 Deer, they really want to try and break through this glue wall, and they will do that, but Iza God puts up another one. They even use the Homer drone just to find him, but it is so hard to do with Izagon, especially when you have suppressive fire from 2E from behind. Izagon now turns the corner, tries to go for the challenge, But it might be a bad choice. Again, Braz gets taken out. Izagot taking advantage of the reload. Backup coming through for GRC. Izagot still alive. This guy is taking it to the next level. 18 there. Looks for him. Izagot. Pixel gets the second job. Fires. Can he close it out? Darklove shows up. Fires can't get the job done. The time turner protecting Izagot. GRC, they fall flat. Izagot.
Izagot. He's a god of glue walls. He's a god of dancing around. But I tell you, mechanical gameplay from Izagot. Now I understand the name.
Oh my god, that is one of the few best individual performance.
That's a highlight reel right there.
That is 100% a highlight. This guy, what? Just tenacity. You also have to give props to, I believe it's DN. They were supporting him from behind. It's either DN or Darklove. They were supporting him from behind, but to hold on to that position, we've seen that example, right? In one of the rounds today where it was, I believe, Darklove and Queen of Night. It's not easy to hold a 1v2 even with support fire. And this guy pulled it off.
Q of Night, he started off having a good day, but then started dropping like as if he didn't want to play anymore. Of course, not intentionally. His luck is just not on his side. His positioning is a tad bit off. He needs to be alive and kicking in order to back up these players on the side of 2E if they want to get another booyah for themselves. Once again, 2E is looking for the #1 finisher by the end of the day.
Yeah, they got off to a rough start in this round also, and they ended up winning the fight against GRC. Oh, Magic Esports. There's an opportunity right in front of them. X-Roy. He put up the glue wall, so Magic Esports now knows there's someone there from Expand.
I think there is an opportunity here for Expand to backcool. No, there's no compounds defensively for him to play around with. So X-Roy really needs to play this AWM shot well. If he's got the Raphael, Saming's going to pay a high price for this.
Yeah, also using that supply crate just to help him out. He has a grenade launcher.
Oh, nice one.
Yeah, he's just going to use the launch pad to get away. Not worth it to challenge MGE. But I think that puts them outside of the circle, so they will have to eventually start moving. MGE decides to continue inwards.
MGE hasn't been all that too bad. 59 points out of the 5 rounds. I think that was it's a decent day for MGE.
It is a decent day. SBTC, on the other hand, they're going to drive into Farang at Sunside. The vehicle already set ablaze, but SBTC able to set up a temporary fortress, having a boulder to help them and a couple of glue walls as well. Farang putting on the suppressive fire, but SBTC has Neo on the side. He might be able to catch Farang off guard. But thankfully, you have Aleph who can play that role for them for FRG.
I don't think Neo has got the right gun to get the D done. Oh no, he does.
He does?
He does. Let's see if he can poke his nose in here and help out the rest of his team members. People like Tyson, they just need to bait out the members of Farang first before Neo can strike. They decide to reposition first. A little bit closer towards that revival point. And of course, the decision to peel away and live to fight another day is there for SBTC. Good decision made. But they're walking straight into the compound where Darklove is.
And he's all alone.
His bunker is going to be where we bury Darklove.
He's not going to get any help anytime soon unless he can clutch this. And it's just no way. Darklove getting ambushed, basically jumped on by SBTC. But that is some info for 2E to aid in their rotation. They still need some time to recover in terms of resource. So you can see the immediate double back from DN. But I think Tyson smells something. He is hunting down DN. Meanwhile, Roro gets shot by Borges. LGDS won't lose their first member.
Borges annoyed, but the Groza will deliver. Expand on the other hand. Dealing with Team Flash. First one's down. Yanbin down below. He has got the Trogon in hand. X-Roy drops by M1014 as well. Mini Uzi by too fast. And they pull out a double glue wall. All barricaded in. Axel circles around. It is going to be the one and only Flip God from the other side. And he goes down to the M1014. Better on the other side. It's going to be Cobra who goes in for the strike.
Yeah, Cobra also barricaded in this glue wall as well. He's going to try and replenish some of that health too fast. We'll finish off Yanbin as Expand just gets rid of Team Flash very easily. Bayo ends up losing. I think he went down to the blue zone, so Expand missing out on 1 point. But it's a clean execution nonetheless.
You get to loot up. restock all of their utilities before they head on in towards this next circle. You know they're going to use a couple of med kits once they do get in because they're tanking the blue for the time being. LGDS now, the next challenger is going to be Team Farang for them as they try to avoid the circle. 13 seconds, make that 10 for the circle to come on in and pressure them. Genesis Dogma towards the right as
Pistol fight! Pistol fight, let's go!
Dark Love. No, Roro wins that out.
I think he got stolen away.
Oh my god.
And Roro goes down. Ung also got sniped from afar by Farang.
Yuan's there. That's going to go in for the quick pick. Fires. I mean, it's high time Farang does something. They've just been teasing everyone with their shots. Nothing much to show for it.
Yeah. And Fires needs some time to heal back, to patch himself back up. Has the Homer drone as well. And Alif will come in to kind of play the tag team for a while. They also have Genesis Dogma to worry about, but thankfully in that building, it's not easy for Genesis Dogma to get the drop on them, so they can focus their attention onto LGDS. But Roro, he is definitely gonna bleed out. Can't get any help.
I've just been confused with the gameplay of Farang the whole day. So this is their opportunity to win back some of my trust. But I'm not seeing it. They're just camping.
Expand? Oh, there it is. Oh, too fast. He actually flew in. Grenade launcher in hand, but he is caught in a rough spot. Evo's Phoenix get high on the ground. Too fast, actually getting knocked off screen. Also, can they extract too fast? So he's gonna drop down. Extroy is there.
Smart play.
But expand.
But they get circle.
They're gonna get circle. MGE is just gonna go for the kill. Too fast gets brought back up. Oh, goes down again. Extroy. He's able to get rid of Wasana.
Craven.
But MGE looking to overwhelm Extroy. And Craven gets knocked down. Extroy doing massive work. He needs a bit more to keep expanding the run. And MGE, they're using a lot of that resources, but thankfully they're able to down Extroy, keeping themselves in the game as Evo's Phoenix gets rid of, I believe, Alpha. LGDS also gets wiped.
Alpha's long gone, but they left a gift for someone. Evo's Phoenix received it. Not too happy with that, but they've got tons of medkit on themselves. Patch themselves right back up. Farang from across, needing to deal with SPTC as well as Genesis Dogma. Nothing much to worry about Genesis Dogma as they have been struggling throughout the whole day. SPTC, on the other hand, will be a little hungry. Axel right back in. Question is, can they bring back the rest of their team members? He just got taken out. Roy as well as Too Fast. Fires goes down. Genesis Dogma now. Oh my goodness, everything's crumbling down for Farang.
Borges, he's gonna get pushed, but the glue wall will keep Jesbu in the blue zone, so he's tanking that extra damage from the blue. The members of GD are not too healthy as well. Look at Alif, he is down in the red. Kiki gets knocked down. Alif, the great escape, makes it through. The blue zone is not gonna catch up with him. He will have an advantage right now. Borges tanking the blue. Alif just needs to somehow stay alive, but
Alif,
he can't get out. There's a nice grenade right in front of him. Alif ends up perishing. Just did not have the health to hold on.
Smart play by Borges to throw the campfire and then patch himself up with a med kit. That's like 3,000 IQ plays right there. Expand. I saw them on the screen moments ago, but then they disappeared. Potential that they have already gotten taken out. Dian down on the ground. And it looks like GRC is fine and dandy. Borges rotating long way around. What is the guy thinking?
Is he looking for a pincer? I mean, the western side of the circle is pretty much open. Big UAV by SBTC. That is going to spot out so many opposing members. It's going to start to push GRC into the circle as well. Evo's Phoenix are at the center, but you also have Magic Esports.
Oh my god, Borges! Borges ran outside of the circle, tanked the blue, brought the whole of Genesis Dogma right back into the game.
But they still don't have resources to work with, right? This could be free points for the teams that are already in the circle. GRC Liam getting pressured as well. Evo's Phoenix. They're going to drop on the roof on the side of GD. But what, we have nothing. They are going to get sniped. It's free pickings. Wasana found 2 of them. MGE. Oh, they're going to be very happy with this one. Shooting fish in a barrel. They're even going to just use the launch pad to confirm the final kill. Yeah, Craven. He has the knife out. He's ready to kind of slice the members of GD apart.
At least Borges got the team 1 extra placement point. Another team got taken out before them. Then, of course, they went down like flies, but I guess every point matters. Wasana circles around, get high, down on the ground as well. Moshi from down below. Don Boo strikes! It's going to be the grenade launcher, Jonah! He pops the spray, and it looks like Steffi saves the day once again.
SBTC on the outside of the building as well. They will need to start moving in because the circle is not within, it's not containing them. SBTC now making that rush. MGE, they have the roof, they can keep SBTC away. Donbu being a nuisance with that grenade launcher. As Neo, he's already out of this. Han also needs to try and run through, but Donbu will not stay around for any longer. GRC out in 4th place. MGE has 17 eliminations, AJ. They might break the record in this final round. Jonah not doing well. Moshi on the ground, already has a shotgun, but MGE, they're holding such a tough spot for anyone to break through.
And it looks like MGE might be in the best place to get this booyah for themselves. Jonah, what a knock onto Artemis. Takes him down.
Ice
Clean.
grenade.
Wasana, ice grenade, but it will be the spray of Steffi used once again. Ice grenade is going to be absolutely useless in a situation like that, and already uses the timing to back away. Circle still going to be protecting Jonah as well as already. It is going to be the one and only Donbu charging up that nade. Nade gets sent in, but gets bounced right back from those glue walls, and the rest of his team members already still does go down though, and MGE with a solid booyah to climb up the leaderboard.
The second team to achieve 32 points in one round. The first one, I believe, was by Genesis Dogma SF yesterday?
Yes.
And Magic Esports is the second team. No records broken today, but they definitely matched the performance. The first 3 rounds, mediocre at best for MGE. They even had 1 round where they were the first team to get wiped out. But the second half of day 3, MGE came online.
I mean, game 2 and 3, MGE collectively picked up 7 points. The round where they got taken out in the 11th spot, they had 2 eliminations first, but who cares? Because that was a really flat round. But to make it back with such a solid performance, that's what they are all about. That magical play.
Oh yeah, it definitely is. You can call it magic. It's definitely more than just magic. It's the recovery, right? I think this would be a term that gets thrown on broadcast very often for the rest of FFSI. It's just how you bounce back from bad rounds.
Oh yeah.
And Magic Esports, they did it in the best possible way. 32 points in 1 round is no easy feat. No team, even the best team in the world, hardly achieves this consistently.
I mean, it may get thrown around a lot on broadcast, but not just at FFSI. In fact, all of the battle royales that we shoutcast for Free Fire, it is just gonna be that, right? Because the game of RNG is what it's all about when it comes to battle royales. You just don't know what to expect out there. And if things do go south sometimes, you have to find a way to keep your confidence, keep your strategies, step back in there and bring the fire, bring the magic. And that's exactly what Magic Esports did. And I believe it's Tyson's blue hair that got them that.
I mean, that's Saming's.
Yes, Saming's blue
Tyson
hair
is SBTC. It's okay, AJ. It'll take a while.
It's late night.
Yeah, we have.
I'm way past my bedtime.
But I understand. We have
2 hours ago.
We have a lot more days to familiarize ourselves with them. But you can see, right, the relief on MGE's faces. They know they have achieved something great to close out the day. And you know, we said that the top 3 that helped by Eagle Esports, EVOS Phoenix, and Expand. Or 2 of the teams didn't really have a great round. EVOS Phoenix finished 2nd, so they most likely will still stay in 1st. But for Magic Esports, they have a great chance to shoot up the current standing and even on the overall standing as a result of that. The Booyah team, of course, Magic Esports, Donbu as the MVP. 7 eliminations, Saming not doing too bad himself. 6 eliminations.
Not bad. That was such a solid round out of Saming. And it looks like all of those positions that he was holding, those off angles, have managed to pay off really well. But all throughout, team effort from Team Magic Esports. You saw those positionings. You saw that up top from the top of the roof, how they swooped on in, those grenade backup, as well as sending in 2 players to go in for that rush, taking on EVOS Phoenix of all teams and winning that out. It was just perfect from start to finish for MGE.
Double homer. There it is, the Iris, right? And the Iris, we don't see this character often. Hardly, right? You get replaced by Steffi, you get replaced by Chrono, you get replaced by Homer. So Iris has always kind of been the 5th character in a lot of these compositions.
Yeah.
I think the only one that was featured was Luca's feature on day 1. And that's pretty much it. So slightly different approach from Magic Esports, but aside from the Iris, everything else is almost identical to what we've seen.
I love it when people play Iris because it just shows your confidence of getting all of those tags. And you look at the meta that Saming brings in for himself. He's got that Raphael, he plays the sniper, you use Iris, you shoot one glue wall, it immediately marks all of the players who are within the vicinity of the glue wall. If they are behind the glue wall, you don't even need the M82B. Having Iris will allow you to penetrate that glue wall and damage any of the players that you've already marked with Iris's skill. So that is a beautiful, beautiful way to just set things up for your opponents, for yourselves, especially in the final circle where everybody wants to barricade themselves in those open grounds.
But it's also understandable why people just choose characters like Skylar. Right? Why do I need to mark the glue wall when I can just break it with glue wall melters, with Riptide Rhythm? But with that being said, you know, MGE, they've done something that they're comfortable with and it worked out. Donbu is the MVP with that grenade launcher in hand towards the end. On top of the roof as well, it made it very hard for SBTC to run through. It crippled Evo's Phoenix before that final encounter, and it just gave MGE such an edge to finally get the booyah.
At the end of the day, it is gonna be how you work your confidence back up after having some rough rounds out there. And MGE will stand testament to that, picking up 2 points from, I believe, the third game and bouncing right back up to have such a massive, not record-breaking, but record-equaling round for themselves. Good on Magic Esports. And for them to make it back up the leaderboard, I believe it's going to put them in the crosshairs of that second spot by the looks of things.
And that for Magic Esports is good enough, right? Because off of that booyah, it means that they have 2 booyahs so far in the group stage. Yeah. Performance, you know, again, recovery is very, very impressive. I like good performance, but what I like more is how you bounce back. Is if you finish strong, and MG did that with the AC80, the Mag 7, and the Power Foul. Again, same old AC80, can't run away from it. I think the only time we won't see AC80 as a top weapon is if AC80 is removed from the game, but that would be impossible.
If one day they nerf the AC80 and I guess they take away the buff of getting that extra bit of damage with the 2 consecutive on-point shots, then yeah, we won't see AC80 anymore. But then that's what Free Fire is all about, right? The AC80 is gonna be here for a long, long time. Unless they just want to change the meta around and just disable all snipers.
Like bring back Vector Akimbo, you know?
Yeah.
Bring back double shotgun.
Yeah.
You know what? Fist fight. Bring back Kala. That's what I want to see. Actually, 31 points for Magic Esports. Wait, is it 31? Yeah, it's 31 points for Magic Esports. I thought it's 32. Maybe the last member of Evo's Phoenix just perished to the blue. Regardless, 31 points, still massive for MGE. Evo's Phoenix, 17 is second. SBTC also doing a great job at recovering on the second half of today's matches. GRC Aphrodite, good pickup, you know, good recovery considering how the day has gone for them.
Absolutely right. Eagle Esports they were very close to Expand earlier. In fact, they were the exact same score of 74, but them scoring 9 and Expand getting just 6 for themselves will guarantee that they stay above Expand. Genesis Dogma finally jumping back into, I guess, picking up a few more points in comparison to some of those previous rounds, but it's nowhere in comparison to what they were able to do yesterday. So I guess we just have to wait for the reset button to see Genesis next week to see if they can climb right back up. But this is the overall standings with all of the groups in. And you can see EVOS Phoenix dominates at the top, 173 points, albeit not too far away is Magic Esports with a total of 160, equalized with First Raiders Eclipse, who were not in play today, with a total of 160 for themselves as well.
Remind me how many points that EVO's Phoenix got on day 1. Was it 80? So they more than doubled the amount of points that they got today, which is insane, right, for a team like EVO's Phoenix. I would say, you know, this is a team that they had some bad rounds, but when they come alive, man, see them in the first place, it doesn't feel like a surprising result at all. Magic Esports tying up with First Raiders Eclipse. If you're Magic Esports, you are very happy with the 2 days of performance. If you're FR, well, you have time to reflect on it. Expand in 4th place, loving the looks of that. And LGDS now, currently the gatekeepers in 12th.
And you gotta love that Alpha themselves climbing up ever so slowly. I'm surprised to see Alpha being able to do that, and it's all thanks to that one booyah that they got, and hopefully there is more to come from the team from MEA. EVOS Phoenix, the #1 squad. I mean, you said it, Husky. Everybody's playing for seconds. but hopefully that is not the case at FFSI. We see some miraculous plays for some to also challenge and take that big fight to the two-time world champs. MGE maybe might just be the ones to work that magic, or we might just see the Eagles swooping down from up top, who are currently sitting in the third spot.
And I want to say, if we want to look at consistent teams from Group C, I think MGE did great, 2E as well. Expand can be on the list as one of the few consistent teams that came out of Group C. I think I'm not surprised, right? 90 points for Magic Esports, and the majority of that was from the last 3 rounds.
And the surprising thing is the best map for all 3 teams is Alpine.
Oh yeah, it is. EVOS Phoenix got a booyah on Alpine, and they got second just now. Magic Esports, they got a booyah on Alpine. I don't remember the first one, which place they got, but that was the round. I think they finished 11th or 10th.
But that's not the secret sauce. So if any teams want to get the #1 spot or the top 3, you want to go for Alpine as well, you got to deal with all 3 of the current top 3 who are really, really good at that map. So might not be the best of ideas. Focus on a different map.
Well, that's the end for the first week of the group stage, but we have week number 2 coming up next Friday until Sunday, so we'll see them at that, to see which 2 teams, top teams, make it to the grand finals. Good night and goodbye.
There's something in his eyes. There's a storm within, but it's written in the sky. Let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Won't let it make me go under. Won't let it make me go under. So now it's time to die. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me Nothing's gonna stop me. No one will ever get left behind.